minutes away. 3 minutes! From our check-in with 6ABC. So I'll start with something a little bit on the lighter side.
Yeah.
And then we'll break in, and because we got to talk about Hulk Hogan, obviously.
Spend a little bit more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, terrible news there. But we will start with this. Here's a follow-up, and I've put this in the entertainment news because, well, it's become entertainment to all of us. But the CEO of Astronomer,
yes,
the whole Coldplay thing. Now, Kristen Cabot has resigned from her position.
Why?
As the HR head
What happened?
at Astronomer, and she follows Andy Brown, who had quit as the Astronomer's CEO. So they had launched an internal investigation about workplace conduct, and they also recently commented on the whole affair after Andy left, emphasizing their commitment to accountability and going forward. Pete DeJoy is the guy who will serve as the interim CEO during the search for a permanent replacement.
You know, I feel like, Astronomer, they're getting all this publicity. I still don't know what they are.
No.
You know what? I haven't really
I haven't taken a deep
figured
dive.
that out either.
I'm sure I'll be unimpressed.
Yes,
yeah.
disappointed.
At this point, yeah. So at this point, unless they really are astronomers, which I doubt, but listen, they did I guess what would be called the right thing. They don't want to cast a further pall over the company.
Yeah. Here you go. Nick pulled up the information. It is a company that specializes in data engineering.
See?
And provides a platform called Astro, which is built on Apache Airflow. It focuses on helping companies manage, automate, and streamline complex data workfloats.
Blah, blah,
particularly
blah.
those involving AI machine. I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea. Data workflows. I don't what exactly.
For that time of the month.
Would the data be? I guess so, right? For those heavy flow.
For those heavy data flow months.
Somebody's driving to work right now, and that's what their job is.
Oh, yeah.
We have no idea what it means.
Yeah. You know what? Yes. And I've thought about a topic some point should be, this is my title. Try and actually guess what I do.
All right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Uh-huh. Because there are some people that like that. We don't know what the hell that is.
I will guarantee you I'm too stupid to do that job.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a level of intelligence.
Yes.
Intelligence level.
What is
Are you
intelligence?
of intelligence level? All right, we have about 30 seconds before we go live on 6ABC. So in just a moment here, I'll turn it up. Yeah. I was trying to say genius level of intelligence. Are you of intelligence level?
I don't know.
Perfect. All right, 10 seconds. I'm going to bring this fader up. We'll start hearing these guys talking. We'll chat with them. Here we go.
Then in September, a nearly 22% fare increase will take effect. To see the full list of the impacted routes, just go to 6abc.com. Marvel's latest film, The Fantastic Four: First Steps, is now in theaters, but the popcorn bucket is what's actually stealing the show.
No surprise there. It costs $80, and it looks like the villain Galactus. It is the largest and most expensive collectible of its kind. And so we turn to our superhero faves. Preston and Steve from WMMR, you going to buy this or what?
Oh, you know what? I need more bulky things sitting around my house that have no purpose. So, yeah, why not?
Well, both you and I got the Deadpool and Wolverine popcorn buckets when they came out.
Yes.
But this thing is huge.
Yeah. And I almost got the one from Dune because that looked like one of the sandworms.
Do you know what was the worst one I ever got, Preston? Mm-hmm. The one from Manchester by the Sea.
Yeah.
It was just as boring. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I mean, I like that they're doing this because it's making it fun to go to the movies. Yeah. But $80?
No, that's ridiculous. And people will buy them just to resell them. And so you're getting kind of this hawking market. So.
I'll tell you what would have been. It was an opportunity missed. Was they should have been providing these when adult films you could go see in the movies because you could get very creative with those.
Yeah.
You never know.
Well,
it is purple.
They are reselling for a lot of money. You could almost double what you pay for it. I saw on eBay they're going for like $150.
Yeah.
And apparently a lot of people are really, hearing you two, Preston and Steve, so just enthralled with these popcorn things. My kids constantly bother me every time we go to the movies and they're like, I want to get this one. I'm like, this is a $30 popcorn bucket for what?
Well, and they eat up a lot of space quickly, and so that's what you learn. So my Wolverine and Deadpool buckets, I wouldn't say are on display. They're in the basement gathering dust.
But I do like what you said, Steve. The fact that they're doing these things to try to draw people into theaters. I'm going to the movie theater today to see it, so it's good to get back into the theaters and get out and see those movies.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go see Odysseus, the Christopher Nolan film. But that's not until next year.
Yeah, you waiting?
I always wanted the. What's that, Steve?
You're waiting on that popcorn bucket?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe I'll bring an Oppenheimer bomb bucket.
Right. Yeah.
You were really into Oppenheimer. You might get that.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, you're talking about the movie sales. I read here that $54 million is how much AMC made in revenue in these collectibles since in 2023 compared to $0 in 2018. So it's what's keeping the movie theaters alive for us, it sounds like.
They're not going to hang a 180 on this, and the concession stuff is a big business for them as well. So they love this.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, by the way, thanks for the alternative ideas when it comes to popcorn
Absolutely,
buckets.
yeah. Adult film industry, look into that.
You're always thinking outside the box. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
See you guys, you
Enjoy the
too.
movie.
All right, later on. All right, so, we're going to dive into the fact that Terry Bollea, who ascended to the very high heights of professional wrestling and beyond in the 1980s as Hulk Hogan passed away. Medics were dispatched to his Clearwater, Florida home early yesterday morning regarding a cardiac arrest. This coming a month after it was reported that the Hulkster had undergone serious heart surgery that he was still recovering from. Though working on him for almost 90 minutes, Hogan was pronounced dead at the scene. He was 71 years old.
So, of course, another shock, but then also a shock to hear what you just said, Preston, is that for the better part of a month, he's been in a very dicey medical situation.
Yeah. Tributes from around the world poured in after the news broke from fellow wrestling icons Vince McMahon and Ric Flair and stars like Sylvester Stallone. At the time when professional wrestling was relegated to just Saturday mornings, Hogan was a huge factor in taking it to prime time and from high school auditoriums to the biggest venues on the planet. It could be said that his, quote, coming out was his villain role in Rocky III.
Yeah.
As Thunderlips. And he was opposite Sylvester Stallone. And they fight to a draw match. It was a charity. It turns into anything but a friendly exhibition. We have a clip from that. Here we go.
Thunderlips is here. In the flesh, baby.
Oh, my God.
The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball.
And he was wearing light blue, I believe, right? Which is weird because I always knew him as wearing yellow. But,
Right.
So when I was a kid, Hulk Hogan was what brought me around to the WWF at that time. WWF. I remember being so afraid of wrestling because I watched Sergeant Slaughter whip somebody in the stage, and I thought it was all real. And it scared the absolute hell out of me.
Well, a lot of people did.
So it wasn't until Hulk Hogan came onto the scene that I got into it. And when you talk about like the Mount Rushmore of WWF, WWE, he is, I think, number one on that mountain.
Do you know what's weird though for a lot of people, and he is that iconic, you know, in so many ways. But he also has always been divisive in the wrestling world. You know, when you watch some of these shows and some of these people, and
Well, they made him a bad guy at one point, and that's when I tapped out on wrestling. I was like, you don't do that. You don't do that to Hulk Hogan. He is not a bad guy.
Beginning his career in 1977, he was only 24. Over the course of his career, he won a total 12 world championships, 6 WWF, WWE championships, and 6 WCW world heavyweight champions. He also won the WWE Tag Team Championship with Edge and the Royal Rumble twice in 1990 and 1991. He was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame twice on his own in 2005 and a second time in 2020 as a member of the NWO. After Rocky III put him on the map, Hollywood came calling, and he was a regular presence on the big and small screens for the rest of his life, including his own reality series, which was Hogan Knows Best. He pulled off the difficult feat of being beloved by wrestling fans, whether he played the hero or the bad guy.
Yeah, right.
Both of which he did over his long career. Outside of the ring, he did run into a share of controversy. In 2015, a leaked sex tape, which featured Hogan making racist remarks, had surfaced. He apologized, but the damage was done, and the WWE terminated his contract and removed him from the Hall of Fame. But 3 years later, with the support of many black professional wrestlers, he would be reinstated.
Yeah, so you remember from that series, his son was involved in a vehicular man's homicide, I guess. I don't know the exact terminology used, but yeah, he was involved with that. The wife, they got divorced. The wife went with someone who was like just out of high school, and he was dating someone who looked like his daughter Brooke. So there was a lot of
That's right.
controversy.
Yeah.
And Brooke Hogan and he had been estranged until recently, and they got back together, and she was able to say that she loved him and all this stuff, which was obviously you want to have that.
I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I don't know if the Iron Sheik passed away a few years ago, but he always hated Hulk Hogan, or at least outward on Twitter, and he would lampoon him on Twitter. So I wonder
I'm
if
still
he had
on. I
anything.
haven't seen anything posted.
Okay.
I'm sure something will come up.
We have a montage of his brothers.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm aware of how destiny is going to take its course, brother. Brothers, brother, brother.
I'm fighting for life, brother.
Brother.
And we had him on our show a couple of times.
Yeah,
which
Marissa
was really
pulled
cool.
a couple of clips.
He was always really good.
See, you complimented our show. Here we go.
You guys are not playing around.
No, sir.
Philly City, man. You guys are serious.
We are ready to go, my friend. How you doing, Hulk?
I'm doing great, man. Your radio show's banging. You guys are on fire.
Well, we're trying. We were trying to live up to the bar that you set.
Yeah.
Whew, man, you're doing it. You done set a new bar. You guys are rolling.
Wow. Okay. Nick, you pulled up that. Is that from today or recently?
It was from yesterday, yeah.
It says, this is from the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
F the Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Is what it says. So
There you go.
there was another clip of him. It says, wrestling is planned. Let's see what this is. For those who don't watch wrestling regularly, it's the most acrobatic thing. And the size of you guys, I mean, you can't help but punish your bodies when you're doing that. It is amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because most people have branded it with the word fake,
Right.
and it's just, it's predetermined. We know who's going to win or lose. But what goes on in there isn't fake, brother. I have never had a match where I did not get hurt.
Wow.
I remember one of the. Do we have the story of him? I mean, it's a longer story. I doubt we have the truncated clip, but him talking about riding in a bus. We got it ready. All right,
Andre the
With
Giant.
Andre the
Yeah.
Giant. Here we go.
Back in the 80s, did you ever have beers with Andre the Giant?
Well, the first time he freaked me out, he drank 108 of the Miller Lite 12-ounce cans. He drank 108 beers in an hour.
No, come on.
In an hour?
There's no way.
Yeah, and then on his birthday in Japan, we got on the bus at 7 in the morning, and the bus driver goes, Hogan, it's Andre's birthday. I went, oh, my God. And I'd spent so many years in Japan. I ran down the street in Shinagawa, and I went to this buddy's liquor store, and I got him a case, 12 bottles of Pouilly Fusset, that real strong French wine.
Right.
And I handed it to him on the bus at 7:30, and I used to sit in front of him so I could help him, if he needed me to be the gopher and go get him stuff,
Right.
He had a hard time getting up, and about 12 o'clock, he kicked the back of the seat. He goes, boss, piss stop. And I said, what? He goes, piss stop, make the driver stop. I said, hey, brother, let me have a whack off one of those bottles of wine. He goes, they're all gone. So he drank 12 bottles of wine.
Wow.
By the way, that's
7:30 and 11 in the morning.
That's a great impression. By the way, now I'll always think of him saying "pissed off." There was a clip of Ric Flair yesterday, just bawling.
Really?
Like he was.
Oh,
he
man.
was devastated. Yeah.
They were real close. I saw a post from him saying, look, we started together.
Yeah,
We were at the very beginning. He was a kid, I was me, and they came up together. So.
And again, Preston, here's a case where the money would have been on Ric Flair. He had a bunch of medical conditions. I thought he wasn't long for this world.
Yeah, so, so you're going to see tributes and stuff like that over the next couple of days. I'm sure that they'll probably show some movies or whatever shows that over the weekend he's been in.
Do you know it's a weird phenomenon? What happens now in social media a lot when something like this happens, and I guess people put them together, but there is this ethereal sort of heaven picture, Preston, with Ozzy, Hulk Hogan, and Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Wow.
And they're all like, and I guess it's a thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of sweet, but it's
kind
like
of my 80s right there.
Right. Yeah. I guess that's. I always thought when you got to heaven, like Grandma would come to you, not Hulk Hogan.
That'd be kind of cool if Hulk Hogan was like, welcome, brother.
Welcome, brother. Here's your grandmother.
So I posted a picture yesterday, and if you just zoom in on it, it's not Hulk Hogan. When we were in Clearwater, I was by the pool.
Oh, yeah.
I was by the pool at our hotel, and I see this guy walking into the pool yard. And I thought it was Hulk Hogan. It was a dude. He had the bandana on.
We were in Clearwater.
We were in Clearwater.
That's where he
lives.
Yeah.
And this dude, he had the bandana, the handlebar mustache or horseshoe mustache, and a yellow shirt. He was all Hulk Hogan'd out. It's not Hulk Hogan. No. It is not him, but it really did look like him.
I saw him at the Tampa airport one time.
You did? Oh.
Yep. Security was giving him a pat down. They were going through his stuff, yeah.
Did he travel with an entourage or was it just by himself? Yeah.
He was absolutely by himself. I didn't see anybody else around him because you figure the guy travels a lot, so he's going to get out there on his own, or he did travel on his own. Well, listen, we're going to add another person to that montage of picture. Two-time Grammy Award-winning musician Chuck Mangione, who achieved international success in 1977 with his jazz-flavored single, Feels So Good, and later became a voice actor on the animated TV comedy King of the Hill, passed away. He was 84 years old.
I love this album.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And I also he did a soundtrack to a movie called The Children of Sanchez, which is terrific as well.
He died at his home in Rochester, New York, in his sleep. Feels So Good is a staple on jazz stations and has been called one of the most recognized melodies since Michelle by the Beatles. It hit number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100 and the top of the Billboard Adult Contemporary chart. We were just talking about the scene from Doctor Strange a couple of days ago where they're in the OR and they go on a lengthy Chuck Mangione conversation.
So you were in band. He played the flugelhorn, did he not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit larger than a trumpet. It's got a warmer sound to it.
All right, as a horn player, do you think he and Jeff Coffin have ever crossed paths?
I don't know.
Possible.
We'll certainly ask him later on this morning because he's, Jeff is in the jazz world. Yeah. So he followed that hit, Feel So Good, with Give It All You Got, which was commissioned for the 1980 Winter Olympics at Lake Placid and performed it at the closing ceremony, by the way. Mangione, the flugelhorn and trumpet player, jazz composer, released more than 30 albums during his career, in which he built a sizable following after recording albums, doing all of the writing as well. And Steve, he won the Grammy in 1970 for his album Bella Via, but he also was nominated for he was also Grammy nominated and earned a Best Original Score Golden Globe nomination and second Grammy for the movie The Children of Sanchez.
There you go.
That was big for him.
In Feels So Good, what gets overlooked is there's a really great guitar solo.
There's a ripping guitar solo in that. Absolutely. It's a wonderful piece of music. And by the way, he introduced himself to a new audience when he appeared on the first several seasons of King of the Hill, appearing as a commercial spokesman for Megalomart, where shopping feels so good.
Oh,
I love that he was a part of that. He donated his signature brown felt hat and the score for Feel So Good, as well as album songbooks and other bits of pieces of memorabilia for the Smithsonian National Museum of American History.
Years ago, I always thought that if they were to do, a biopic, obviously not entertaining the notion that they're going to do a Chuck Mangione biopic, but a younger Steve Buscemi kind of looked like him,
Think about
Is that something that you want? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not
hey,
really
guess
sure.
who we're getting to play you?
Yeah, but sad news there, man. All right, I have a couple of other entertainment stories to pass along. How about this one? Winona Ryder opened up to Elle in a new interview that she once had a huge crush on one of her co-stars. She said, I was absolutely in love with Al Pacino. Yeah, when I was working with him, she recalled. She worked with Pacino in the mid-'90s in a workshop for Richard III. She said, apparently Pacino would take her to try different coffees in New York City, and she fell pretty hard for him. She told him, I love you,
Wow.
She said, I really am completely in love.
I've been around,
And Ryder said...
He knows the coffee shops.
She said that he was like, oh, honey, no.
No, really?
Yeah. And she thought it was the age gap at the time, because she was in her early 20s. He was in his mid-50s. But she says then, like 10 years later, I met his girlfriend who's younger than me.
Oh.
Yeah, she was too old.
Though that was a tough pill to swallow at the time. The two went on to work together again in 2002 in a film called Simone, S1MONE.
that familiar.
And
What
she
was
says,
the other one that they were in? That they initially
Richard
met?
III.
Richard III. That's what you said. Okay.
They were both in Richard I, Richard II, and either the sequels.
Yeah, they did the
Two Richard, two Furies.
Richard lost in the first one, and then he
Right.
fought the same guy again in Richard II.
Classic comeback.
Yeah,
And then there's a scene where he and Apollo are running down the beach. You
remember?
In Richard III.
I remember that.
And that's when he fought Thunderlips.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
body slammed Thunderlips, I recall.
So she said, according to Winona, she said, I still play poker with him sometimes.
Last boy Yorick. I knew him well.
And she says it's still the best, but she had
That caught me off guard that she had a big Pacino crush.
Yeah.
But you can see the guy is, one of the great actors of our time.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, this is another sad story. This is the last. It's no sad bro, but
No.
I do have to share this sad story. Chef Anne Burrell's death has been ruled a suicide by authorities 5 weeks after the Food Network star was found unresponsive by emergency responders at her New York City home. An investigation by the chief medical examiner determined the manner of the death was suicide, and her death was determined to be caused by acute intoxication due to the combined effects of diphenhydramine. I don't know. It's a really long word. Ethanol, cetirizine, and amphetamine as well. So she
Took a drug overdose, yeah.
An unidentified woman was found unconscious, unresponsive, was a report on June 17th in Brooklyn. Emergency medical services responded to the cardiac arrest report and pronounced her dead at the scene. I was just, you think of somebody successful and having a great career and life, and it's just...
It's no indication.
It's no indication.
All of that stuff outwardly can be a big deception, and obviously in this case it was.
Burrell was survived by her husband, Stuart Claxon, whom she married in 2021, and his son Javier, along with her mother. And she's the best-selling cookbook author, fixture on Food Network for 20 years. She was the host of The Worst Cooks in America and appeared regularly on Chopped and Food Network stars as well. So, it's terrible.
Sad. Very sad.
All right, not sad is the fact that we finally are getting a look at Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. The first trailer for the long-awaiting sequel dropped yesterday.
Yeah, I watched it last night.
Yeah.
I'm very encouraged.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some glimpses back at the original. This is Spinal Tap, as well as a look at the band today preparing for a reunion concert. The mockumentary brings back all three original members of the band, David St. Hubbins, Nigel Tufnell, and Derek Smalls.
I mean, you think about it, these guys are all like top-level actors. So why would you expect anything?
Well, the great thing is, you have what could be lightning in a bottle, but you have the kind of talent that could make this work, and clearly is tapping into a whole bunch of stuff. There's a quiet scene that happens towards the end of the trailer, Preston, with Marty DeBurgi, Rob Reiner. And he's standing by a whole stack of chairs that he accidentally knocks over. That's the kind of stuff that makes Spinal Tap great.
Yeah, not only top-level actors, Casey, but writers, directors, and on top of it, and I think maybe most importantly for a movie like this, musicians. I mean, everything that they've done, like, the Folksmen, which is the same three guys, they were incredible musicians in that show, in that movie. So, yeah, I'm excited for this.
What I love, too, is that they're letting themselves look as horrific as possible.
Oh, yeah. Listen.
As these hoary old rock stars with the worst hair.
And Steve, as we're seeing some of these age rock bands now
It's
doing
spot
these,
on.
50 year, 60 year anniversary things, I'm like, wow, they look like these guys.
This is going to be really hard for me. Can I admit something?
Yeah.
I've never seen Spinal Tap.
Wow. Okay.
I've seen pieces of it. Like, so when you guys were talking with when you had the Ozzy situation here with Chuck bringing that, like, I know that, like, I know that reference of them walking through the halls and all that, but I know all about S Sandwich and all, like, but I've never.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of the other Christopher Guest movies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much most of them.
So that's a topic that we need to hit sometimes, these iconic movies that you, by sheer weight of your friend base, are reticent to admit that you haven't seen a movie.
Yeah.
That they all love or whatever, because there are some movies that you're just sort of expected as a human to have seen.
Yeah, I think your friends let you down. That's
Yeah,
what
man,
happened.
no doubt.
They didn't force you to sit down and watch that.
I'm going to blame my family first.
All right, go ahead and do that. But so if you have not seen the trailer, it's worth a look now, and the movie hits theaters September 12th. So, speaking of theaters, Apollo 13 is coming back to theaters, hitting IMAX screens on September 19th. The special screening will celebrate the movie's 30th anniversary as well as the 55th anniversary of the actual NASA mission that it was based on. When Apollo 13 was first released on IMAX in 2002, it was screened as a shortened version of the original 1995 movie due to technical limitations at the time. But that tech has gotten better over the years, and now they are going to re-release the full 140-minute version of the movie.
So this is really cool. They're doing the anniversary release in IMAX and 3D of Jaws at the end of August. So that's going to be cool, too.
Yeah, I'm happy that they're doing
The more they do this, the happier I am.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about new movies opening. The Fantastic Four: First Steps opens today. Action-adventure sci-fi starring Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Ebon Moss-Baccarat, and others, set against the vibrant backdrop of 1960s-inspired retro-futuristic world. The Fantastic Four: First Steps introduces Marvel's first family: Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, Sue Storm, Invisible Woman, Johnny Storm, Human Torch, and Ben Grimm as the Thing as they face their most daunting challenge yet. Forced to balance their roles as heroes with the strength of their family bond, they must defend Earth from a ravenous space god called Galactus and his enigmatic herald, Silver Surfer. And if Galactus's plan to devour the entire planet and everyone on it weren't bad enough, it suddenly gets very personal. It's an hour and 55 minutes long, rated PG-13. It's a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score at 87%.
You guys all going this weekend at some point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going today. Bambi, The Reckoning also opens. It's a horror action film starring Tom Mullerhorn, Nicola Wright, and Samira Mighty. After a mother and son get in a car wreck, they soon become hunted by Bambi, a mutated, grief-stricken deer on a deadly rampage seeking revenge for the death of his mother. It's an hour and 21 minutes long. It's rated R. Select theaters only. And, of course, there's no score available from Rotten
I wonder
Tomatoes.
why.
Yeah, I wonder why. All right, and now we play some clips for you. Tracee Ellis Ross is flying solo for her upcoming travel series, visiting new countries and experiencing unforgettable moments along the way. And in this clip, she details what traveling alone means to her.
For me, it's about wandering and being. I like to be very present in what I do, so my solo travel trips are an opportunity for me to kind of integrate what I've been doing into my sense of wholeness and my sense of being, and to do that while allowing myself to follow my heart around and wear my pretty clothes in beautiful places.
I don't give a
Solo Traveling with Tracee Ellis Ross is streaming now. That's on the Roku channel. Here's our next clip. Adam Sandler is about to score another hole-in-one as Happy Gilmore is finally coming out of retirement to prove his worth. And here, he shares how he felt when relearning Happy's signature swing.
It's a rhythm, but once you feel the rhythm, everyone kind of does it a little different. And I didn't practice much before we shot the movie, and then it kind of came back to me once we started up. Oh yeah, that feels good. You just got to stay down on it.
Yeah!
Happy Gilmore 2 is streaming now on Netflix.
Today's the debut day on Netflix.
You
Yeah.
can see it. So that's a weekend
It sure is.
appointment for a bunch of people. So, all right, there you go. Your entertainment report this morning, friend. All right, we have a bunch going on today. We have several guests that are going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Adam Shapiro and his wife, Katie Lowes, are going to be here. You know Adam from The Bear, and we've had him on the program before, and his wife, they're stopping by our studio today. I think they're bringing their kids with them, too. I think that's the story. And then we'll have musician Jeff Coffin. He plays saxophone in the Dave Matthews Band. They are playing tonight, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tomorrow night. And we've had Jeff here in the studio before. Super nice guy, insanely talented musician. So it should be a pretty cool hang that we have this morning.
If I'm reading the clock right, Connoisseur next.
I think we got to do that
We gotta
next.
do that,
Let's
yeah.
take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get some good eats. Stay with us. We'll return momentarily.
Give us some color commentary. Tell us what's going on.
So reading the news report, the police report, it said that they didn't have an exact count on how many people were involved, but officers believe it was more than 40.
Oh, clearly. Clearly.
And the fight left the dining room heavily damaged and sent people fleeing for safety. There weren't police weren't aware of any serious injuries. No arrests had been made.
If I found myself in this situation, I would not be like in the mix throwing chairs. I would be
I'd be in the parking lot.
the first person out the door.
That's what you need to do.
I can't say, though, if I were clocked in the back, if I just passively was sitting there and got clocked in the back of the head with a chair, that I might not freak the F out.
Stand up and throw a high chair.
Right,
I mean, if you got caught up in it, it might be more. It might be more difficult to leave. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Have you ever been close to when a brawl or even a large conflagration like this kicks into effect? It's easy to get swept up in it, even if that is the last thing you want.
No, I have been. I've been literally stuck in the middle of a brawl that I had nothing to do with. Those sort of things happen in nightclubs and bars all the time.
A lot, you're right.
This is just a restaurant. I don't know if they serve
alcohol. Golden Corral.
I don't know if they serve alcohol, but when alcohol's involved, it happens quite a bit. Now, one time I was, and the bar doesn't even exist anymore. It was in Wayne. I was in the dance floor and a fight erupted around me, and I didn't know anybody involved in the fight, and I was getting jostled and thrown all over the place. And the next thing you know, my buddy John grabbed me and next thing I know, I'm in the parking lot. I'm like, how the hell did that happen?
Good for him.
Yeah, the dance floor where the fight happened, there was an exit right there, and it was right at the parking lot. I was like, dude, like saved my life.
Yeah,
Steve, I don't know if I've been in a brawl like that, but I have been in a food fight in high school, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like, you had the feeling that like it was about to start, and then like you'd see one grape go flying, and then like 3 more grapes went in this direction, and then apples started going, and all of a sudden it just turns into mass chaos. And it probably lasted 45 seconds to a minute, but during that time, it was pretty awesome.
Nick, I was actually in college when Animal House came out.
Okay.
And so, yes, that became so common that the school had to put a kibosh on it. They were benevolent. They were food fights.
Yeah.
But when you're like, you don't know imagine you're sitting, apparently Golden Corral serves one hell of a steak. Yeah. And imagine you're at a Golden Corral where it's like going to the Cracker Barrel and having a fight between the Bloods and the Crips.
Right.
Somebody texted and said it was a group of about 60 people. Wait, was this the same one? I don't know if they're referring to the Golden Corral fight or another. It might be continuing from another text, but said that it was a post-funeral group. Oh, no serious injuries. That might have been a different thing. Another one says Aramingo Diner in Philly was a brawl every weekend.
You know what was bad, from what I understand, Preston? Up here on City Line, the House of Pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So it was so bad, and I didn't realize this. And my wife and I went in, we were coming back from something, and it was there. Okay, let's go in. And they actually made us pay
in advance.
In advance.
Right.
They had made us pay in advance, and then the woman there indicated that there were people dining and dashing constantly, and people fighting all the time. It was the craziest thing in an international pancake house.
Kathy, somebody says Bucksco should get extra points for dinner and a show.
Right, exactly. Apparently, I just got a text from a friend who's told me that one of our other friends actually goes to this place.
Well, apparently the steak's good.
I've been to Golden Corral. Like it is it's it is what you would imagine it to be. But but the fact that somebody was ready to throw down because they believe the other table got their steak first.
Well, and how does it turn into that? Like, aren't you then mad at the server or the chef back in the kitchen who sent somebody else's out first? Like, how does it turn into everyone involved?
What can happen is, somebody asks a question, well, how come they got their food before I did? And then that person in that
why don't you mind your own business?
Might say something back, and then next thing you know,
it's all in.
People are being absolute idiots. Hang on a second here. Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
It's that you just look so nice today.
Well done.
Thank you. What's up, Heather?
I literally just got out of the shower. This is not even funny. Okay. I watch 6 ABC every morning, and morning, noon, and night, and they had an update. They had the guy that threw the high chair, and he ordered his steak like on the rarer side, and the guy in front of him, because I think you line up and you tell the person behind the glass how you want it, what you want, and the guy in front of him got so pissed off that he got his steak first that he started the argument, and he hit him And then the guy defended himself with the chairs. But I've been to that place once, and I will never go back.
And apparently the guy got his steak quicker because
he ordered it rare. Yeah.
And therefore it taktakes less time to cook.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, number one, I don't go to Golden Corral for steak. I go to Fogo. Hello. And I'm telling you, really, over a steak, I don't know.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason, but if you're gonna brawl, the fact that it happens at a Golden Corral, which I always would consider a senior citizen afternoon dinner at 2:15 kind of place, and you're having a full blown Hell's Angels type Altamont rally.
I remember one of the last big, huge brawls here that I remember seeing was at a wedding at the Sheraton in Old City.
Somebody died, I think.
Did they
that one? Mm-hmm. I didn't remember that. I remember there was something. What happened, Preston, is that the people who were covering it video-wise were up on a balcony.
Yeah, you had a
and
good
they were
view.
catching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a brawl. Actually, I have seen a brawl take place at a wedding, and it was... thank God I had no connection to the people. My girlfriend at the time did. And it was the classic case where they get the guy out and he's putting the garter up on the thigh, and the actual groom thought it was a little bit too much.
Oh.
And so they got in and threw down and out on the dance floor. Now, it wasn't 50 people fighting over a steak, but it's like 10, 15, 20 people going at it.
Yeah.
And I was loving it.
Yeah, I've only seen those at bars, at nightclubs. Usually it was a dance club where people are bouncing around on the dance floor.
Sure, yeah.
And then all of a sudden somebody gets into somebody's space or whatever happens, and
that's it.
And then there's a brawl, and then and Casey, you were your friend pulled you out of there. The security teams, the bouncers, a lot of times don't have much discretion in who they're going to toss out because they don't know what happened. They just got to get in there and start yanking people out.
You just have to.
And a couple can get a little overzealous, and it can turn real ugly real quick.
Pain don't hurt.
I thought it'd be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. at the Golden Corral.
Yeah, there's a place in Ridley. It had changed so many different names. At one point, it was a Brownies. It was a Wade's Irish Pub. I watched a couple of things happen there. I watched this chick just hurl a bottle into a group of. She had no idea who she was throwing or who she was going to hit or anything.
But you would expect bouncers and people to be there.
Yeah.
A Golden Corral wouldn't.
Honestly, yeah.
Wouldn't have a bouncer.
No, you have a hostess.
Yeah.
Or a host.
Hey, if there's a brawl, we need you to handle the situation.
Some 17-year-old girl.
De-escalate.
Braces.
Could you put that table down?
Well, as a comedian was on last week with us, who was saying it's not the Silver Corral, it's the Golden Corral.
Right. Wow. Well, this video footage is just crazy, man. I mean, it's scary. People picking up chairs and hurling them across a room.
Yeah, I've been in fights, but I've never been, in the middle of a brawl like that, and I don't know how I would react. Again. The notion that you're not getting your steak in time doesn't seem to be a real reason to throw down.
On a different note, and we'll take the calls as they're coming in if you guys want to comment on this, but it does have to do with the restaurant and a bit of a scene that took place. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. Casey actually sent this story to us over the weekend, and I forgot to mention it yesterday. But our friend John Dornbos,
yes,
oh my God, yeah,
played a real life hero over the weekend. He and his wife Annalise were at a restaurant, and they were actually next door to a different restaurant where the owner of a Huntington Beach restaurant caught on fire because she got too close to a space heater and her clothes caught on fire. Dornbos jumped into action and may have saved this woman's life. According to eyewitnesses on the scene, his quick thinking and action was exactly what needed to happen. Her name was Anna Nakayo, the co-owner of Veggielicious, and the victim of the fire has undergone 2 surgeries, according to her husband, Akira, after suffering 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Jeez.
It could have been much worse if not for Dornbos's help. He said, the news interviewed him, he said, I grabbed my wife's blanket and I got her to the ground, meaning the woman who was on fire, and was just like, hey, help me out. I got you. You're going to be alive. It's okay. And I remember her looking at me, and I just said, honey, it's okay. You're alive. And we did it. So he smothered the flames with the blanket, and she was engulfed.
Yeah.
I mean,
good Lord.
She may have difficulty walking after this.
Yeah, I actually had a nice correspondence with John about this, just saying, man, I'm so proud of you. And I said, it's crazy to think that all of your life's experiences and everything brought you to that point in time, into that moment, in that situation with a blanket to save that woman's life. Like, it's just insane.
Just how things played out.
Yeah.
Fate. Yeah. An unbelievable thing. But he was, talk about a guy, his own story is amazing. He steps in and saves this woman's life.
It's fantastic. So he said, one of the things I'm most thankful for about playing in the NFL, I played for 14 years, was just this idea of under pressure, being able to calm down and think.
Yeah.
And he handled it, saved this woman's life. So very proud of John. Always have been.
Man.
So that's just another thing, another wonderful thing that he's done. So good for him. And
we should get him on and have him do magic for us.
Yeah, we should, right?
Celebrate.
Wow, man. All right, going back to the Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
I want to go to Chris, who's got a comment on this. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I've never been to the Ben Salem one, but I go to the one up in Lehigh County, and I know how this fight started.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Just like Lehigh County, there's a big line that starts, but the grill's only so big. So you walk up to the grill, the chef, and you tell him how you want it, medium. He's like, all right, here you go. The next guy might want it well done, and that's where everything starts. He wants it well done. He goes, I don't have any well done. Come back, I'll remember you. Like, okay. So you sit down, you come back 5 minutes later. Those people don't know who you are. They all just think you just cut the line.
Okay.
So this is obviously.
But I got it for you. First off, it's against the law to have a steak well done. I mean,
I agree. I'm with you, Chris.
I'm a medium rare guy, so mine's always done when I get up there. And they do have very good steaks, Steve. Very good steak.
Do they? All right. So my question would be: is this why? So why don't you place your order? They give you a number like they do in other places.
Yeah.
You put the number on your table, and they bring you your steak.
Well, Steve, sometimes people lack that thing called intelligence. But they do have other good food there, too. You can go up there and get your steak, and then go up there and get spaghetti and meatballs while you're waiting for it or whatever. Like you said, take a number, get like a digital system going.
Yeah.
Right.
But to have them in line, Chris, and have you waiting or having you not understanding the timing situation, that's like, that's a powder keg.
It is. It can be ridiculous. And then, the grill's only so big, so you might have 100 people in line, but you can only fit 20 steaks on there.
All right.
So when all the 20 steaks are up, and then and then the guy orders well done, and
he kills it.
That's how World War I started.
All right. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the perspective, man. Thank you.
He does make a good point.
And by the way, I had a scenario not that long ago where it was a stand-in-line type of thing. I think we're at the premium outlets. And so Nick and Casey are frantically wiping up the counter over here where our guests are going to be sitting in a little while.
Well, they will find that sort of cafe smell enticing, I'm sure.
Steve, look, and I'll hold this up for the camera. This is my my story that was about Chuck Mangione dying.
It looks like a disaster.
It looks like somebody wiped their ass with this.
It sure does,
with this story. And that's because I took the keyboard and I was shaking it to get all of the coffee out of it. So
there's a splatter pattern.
Nick, maybe they'll finally fix this computer problem we've been having forever since I've destroyed it. Actually, that's our Vox Pro, which is where a lot of our audio on the fly comes from, this audio editing system that we have here.
So not so fly, perhaps.
No, I don't think so. Not today. All right, well, it looks like we got it for the time being contained, and we can move on and do what we normally do.
Of all the things that you can spill, that coffee smell is always nice.
Yeah, it is.
I like it.
By the way, that's so I've been doing radio for how long? 38 years now?
Long time.
That's the first time I've ever done that.
You've ever spilled
I've never spilled any liquid on equipment. That's a pretty good
That is good.
track record because almost everybody in the business has done it at one time or
Yeah.
All right, well.
I don't dude, just by cleaning off that keyboard, how many windows did I open up on this computer? I'm just
and we need to use that for the Connoisseur.
Yeah.
All our clips are in there. Oh, man, I hope it's going to work.
Okay.
Yeah, you should see this screen. Casey, there's tons of windows that are opening, and he's trying to close them, and it's not letting him close it. And, this is going to be fun.
Oh, man. All right, let me hit this.
If we left, would anyone notice?
Oh, you know what?
What? Hold on a second.
I don't even know how to get out of this stupid thing.
Oh, man. Look.
Well, here comes Marissa.
There's this highlighted blue rectangle that's not moving anywhere. All right, we're restarting. I think we're going to restart everything. Dude, I was just reaching over to grab the coffee.
Did you see it happen in slow motion? Because that happens often. When you
No.
Because my last full glass of water on my templates here that I use for the instant replay, I literally was like that commercial.
No, this went pretty quick.
All right.
No, I don't know. All right, Case, pull up any audio clip and just see if you can play it.
All right.
Here, that one's apropos. Hold on. Oh, it's not. Hang on.
Wait. Hang on.
What do we do?
Maybe try that.
Okay, let me try this again.
Hang on, go back.
No. Yeah.
Try it again.
Dude, it's not even responding. Wait. Yeah, it's not. It's working over there, but there's no audio that's coming through.
There's no
words on it.
No words on it.
Okay, that's weird.
Holy hell.
Why is that not coming up? I don't understand that.
Hang on, let me do this again. Hold on. I can't reset it.
Wouldn't that be funny if we weren't even on the air right now?
No, that would not be funny. That would be then I would be in a lot of trouble.
That would be a problem.
Okay, that doesn't work.
All right.
Ah, damn it.
So you can control it. You obviously share the controls on this. Case you can't operate.
Well, so we're hitting play.
Yeah.
It's playing on the Vox Pro, the unit here, but no signal is coming through to the board. So, Marissa, in the you're going to move those over to wide orbit. Is that what we use?
Zeta, wide orbit.
Zeta, which one is it?
Oh, it's the end of the week, and we're kind of tired, as you all are. You
All
know
right.
this.
So Marissa's going to send the clips over, Casey.
Yeah.
And we'll do it that way
Okay.
for this, and then we'll figure it out in the commercial break. Okay. It's time for the Connoisseur.
Hey,
we can do that, right?
It's time for the coffee-soaked edition of the Connoisseur.
Yeah, coffee. It's all about coffee this time around. By the way, the Connoisseur is presented by Acme, the official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. We will give away $50 Acme Market gift cards with the clips when they're sent over. If we can get them. And your chance to win some freebies from our friends at Acme. All right. I'm going to start with a story about French fries, a subject we've talked about many times.
Universally beloved.
But this is particularly about frozen French fries, the ones that you get, at the grocery store.
Do you know it was kind of an eye-opener when we had Bobby Flay here, in case you love Bobby Flay's hamburgers and his restaurant that he has, burger place, and he said the best way that he found to prepare French fries was to take frozen fries and just prepare them the right way.
So I have been making fresh cut French fries in my air fryer. So and I love that. I got this great seasoning that I got from a restaurant out in Michigan called Hopcat, and I'll blanch them for like an hour or two. And
it's a lot of work, though, is it not?
It's not necessarily a lot of work. It's just prep. You know what I mean? And so if I know I want French fries, let's say at 6 o'clock, I'll cut some potatoes up at like 4, let them blanch for a little bit, and then it only takes like 10 or 12 minutes to cook them in the air fryer, and they're delicious.
You blanch them?
Yeah.
In boiling water?
Yeah, well, just regular water.
Okay, so that's different.
Yeah.
That's
You never
a little bit different.
Sophia
You
them.
just soak them.
Yeah, I'm just soaking them to get the starch off.
Yeah, exactly. So the All Recipes, which is a great website, have spoken to their stable of chefs.
All right.
Actual, working chefs to find out what kind of frozen French fries they think are the best. So they connected with chefs from coast to coast. And found out they occasionally outsource the prep work from time to time. Food blogger and cookbook author Mackenzie Smith admits, I totally eat them straight from my child's abandoned plate like a raccoon over a campsite trash can because they love them so much. To help determine which brand is worth your buck, they asked chefs to dish about their favorites and how to make them taste just as good as homemade or restaurant fries as well.
So I think the ones we probably default to the most would be Ore-Ida.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Actually,
so too, right?
You know what? We usually go signature brand. I'm a huge Acme fan over here, and we'll just go signature brand.
So they're seeking a fry that is similar. These are the qualities they're looking for. Similar to what you can get from a fast food restaurant. If they snap when you bite them and are still puffy inside, that's what you're looking for.
What if blood comes out?
Then
you're not eating a fry.
Those aren't French fries.
Yeah.
That's a rat.
That's a finger.
The culinary pros agree that the best frozen fries will check these particular boxes. Number 1, real potato flavor.
Yeah.
Obviously. Crispy exterior. And that apparently was the most important feature to the chefs, that you get a crispy exterior.
So I'm not as rigid, no pun intended, about the crispy fry. I do like them, but give me like actually my current favorite French fry might be considered a little floppy.
Yeah, I like a soggier fry, believe it or not.
Okay. Yeah. If given a choice, I would take the crispy over the. I like them both.
Yeah.
But if they were both sitting there, I'd go for the crispier ones. So also they say you need to look for a short ingredient list. If you're reading the ingredients and you avoid unnecessary additives, they look for a recipe that includes potatoes, salt, and oil, and ideally little or nothing else.
So that's what Bobby Flay knows everything.
And structural integrity. The cooked fries must be able to hold up to dips without disintegrating. So, according to these chefs and all recipes,
drumroll,
the best frozen fries, hey, that works.
Yeah.
The drumroll works, is Alexia's Organic Yukon Select Fries with a touch of sea salt.
I knew it!
What's the brand again?
Alexia. Alexia. So it's Alexia's Organic Yukon Select Fries with a touch of sea salt. That's the exact brand name.
Never heard of this.
So apparently they are pan-fried before they season them.
Oh.
And which gives them an edge. And coming in close second, the runner-up is Ore-Ida Extra Crispy Fast Food Fries. And the extra crispy, they say, is legit. They follow through on the promise of having the luxury of having fast food fries in the freezer if you're looking for those. I have seen these Alexia fries.
Oh, you have?
before.
Yeah?
Oh, absolutely.
I have not.
We've gotten them before. They're really good. Yeah, they are really good.
Might have to take a dip into that. Again, no pun intended. I do like the, I'm a steak fry guy.
Yeah.
And I do like the Ore-Ida steak fries as well. I wonder if Alexia has a steak fry component.
Probably. I don't know. It's a good question.
So I saw something on Instagram earlier this week. I hope it's real. You guys have seen when you go to a fast food restaurant or like the movies, the soda machine where it's got every single thing in there. And let's say you pick a Dr. Pepper, you go cherry or vanilla or whatever. They have, Heinz apparently has a ketchup one of those, where it's a machine where you can just go regular ketchup, or you can go ketchup mixed with buffalo sauce.
That's awesome.
That's really, really awesome.
Where is this?
I saw it on Instagram. It's at the Vatican. No, I think it's just like if you're going to go to like maybe a Five Guys or something like that.
All right, so here are a couple of ways that you can upgrade your frozen fries, by the way. Transform them into Parmesan garlic truffle fries.
Truffle.
That's solid. Dip them into sriracha aioli.
Yep.
Load them up with melted mozzarella and gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Pair them with homemade ranch. Okay.
No.
Or fry them in beef tallow or another flavorful fat. So those are ways that you can do it. We would mix in garlic and butter and parsley.
Yes.
And toss them in there.
That works.
Yum.
That's like sexy fries almost.
Yum. Yeah. So anyhow.
Hey, I think I fixed this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I randomly, there was a button down here in the bottom right-hand corner.
That said, don't touch.
No. It looked like it indicated that it muted everything on the computer. So we can take this out for a test spin.
All right, ready?
You want to try our first clip?
Yeah.
See if this works. All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from. Maybe, if we can play it. Here we go.
You look like an avocado.
Yes.
Had sex with an older, more disgusting avocado.
Yeah.
Not gently, like it was hateful.
All right, that's 610-660-9333 is the number if you know what movie that's from. Order up. So, Wahlburgers has closed nearly 80 locations this year, dipping to just 34 restaurants nationwide.
It's pretty wild because you remember there was a whole reality series based around this burger chain.
Yeah, I mean,
it seems like there's
Mark Wahlberg behind it.
Yeah, but it just seems like with all these types of chains, there's just a real shelf life for them. And Steve, like there'll be a flash in the pan. People will get excited about it. The reality TV show will help. But in the long run, is that model sustainable? And clearly with this, it's not.
So the burger chain was founded by Mark, Donnie, and Paul Wahlberger and
Tito.
And simultaneously closed 79 locations earlier this year that were in Hy-Vee grocery stores earlier this month, ending an agreement that started in 2017. Hy-Vee operates 302 stores in Iowa and 7 states near it. Iowa has the most in the U.S. with 151 locations. Other locations include the rest of the Midwest and the southern region of the country, too.
Wasn't their calling card, and it's not a joke, that they use government cheese?
I don't remember.
It might have been one thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I know that they were planning on opening up a new chain called Wallborscht, but it didn't go anywhere.
No.
Wahlburgers isn't Mark's only business, by the way. He owns several auto dealerships in the Buckeye State. He has Chevrolet dealerships in various parts of Ohio, including Columbus, Worthington, and Avon, as well as Buick GMC dealership in Columbus. And also, Wahlburger launched a Mexican-inspired restaurant, Flecha Cantina, and that's in Vegas. And that was late last year. Yeah, every time he opens up a new one, he goes, pow. He's also a co-owner and brand ambassador for Flecha Azul Tequila, which he partnered with in 2022. So
the guy's a financial juggernaut.
I don't know why they shut down all those locations. I guess it's just, lagging sales.
And also to Nick's point, I mean, there is these things sort of come and go. If the big predicate is, it's owned by Mark Wahlberg, I don't know. Hell, I don't know.
Well, listen, the restaurant business it's a gamble.
Yeah, and it
Big
doesn't
time.
matter who you are or what your reputation is.
Yep.
You live and die by the audience or the consumer response.
Yeah. All right, let's see if anyone knows what movie this is from.
You look like an avocado. Had sex with an older, more disgusting avocado. Yeah. Not gently, like it was hateful.
All right, I'm going to go to Gus. Hi, Gus. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Gus, name that movie, brother.
Deadpool.
Yeah. Hang on, buddy. You're going to Wildwood. Actually, you know what? There's an Acme in Wildwood.
Yes. There is.
We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card.
Do you ever do some Acme down the shore shopping?
I do, all the time.
Yeah.
If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less, fast from right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. All right, we have another clip that we will play and see if you can identify the movie that has to do with food or beverage. Here we go.
$10,000 for what? Halibut? Ew! What kind of caterer are you? It's disgusting. Well, I'm not going to pay for it. Okay, fine. Don't show up. See if I care.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what movie that's from and order up. All right, so from time to time with the Connoisseur, we delve into a specific genre of food, and right now that's this.
Ice cream! Ice cream!
All right, 2 ice cream stories for you.
That's the truck music. I love it.
So Guinness is collaborating with Van Leeuwen Ice Cream to create a rich, limited edition treat that's basically a beer lover's dessert dream. The new Lovely Day for a Guinness pint blends the iconic stout's deep chocolatey bitterness with creamy ice cream and chunks of chocolate. That sounds pretty good.
Would you describe Guinness as a deep chocolatey
Kind of.
Really?
Kind of, yeah. So sometimes stouts and porters, they will pair with chocolate. They'll give it
I see.
They'll give it a chocolate flavor.
Yeah, all right.
But it doesn't taste like
Inherently
chocolate.
have that.
But it does have a bitterness bite that if you were to take like that really pure dark chocolate,
Like at 90% or whatever? Yeah,
it's kind of along those lines. So it's available at Van Leeuwen scoop shops and online, and select cities will even get free samples, mini pint mobiles, and pop-up events with exclusive merch. And keep in mind, like, Yingling had an ice cream line.
It was very popular.
I wonder if they still do or not. Looks like Marissa has something to say about that.
No, I had to ask Matt about this. The Yingling ice cream is like the other side of the family.
Gotcha.
So it's not Yingling beer as we know it. That was one side that owned that. A different branch of the family owned the ice cream.
Entirely different.
Yeah, so it's not beer
Same family, but entirely different divisions.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
But look at the logo. I mean, the font looks almost identical to the Yingling beer brand.
What do you got to say that?
Yeah.
Miss Fancy Pants.
Yeah.
No. I think we tried it, Marissa. Correct me
we
if I'm
did.
wrong. They dropped it. They dropped it by like a whole
Yingling ice
selection of
cream
them.
on
Yeah,
We were at the blood drive.
that's it.
And
yes,
and Yingling brought out
And it was
a
good.
freezer case. It was really good
Yeah.
stuff. So, all right. And then another ice cream story, Rich's Ice Cream is recalling 110,000 cases of frozen dessert products across 23 states due to potential listeria contamination.
Were they by any chance selling it at Wahlburgers?
They were not. The recall, which first initiated in June, was recently updated to a Class 2 threat, meaning the product may cause temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequences. It's in a load of states, and it does include New Jersey and Pennsylvania on the list.
Do I know Rich's, though? Am I familiar with that brand?
I don't know. I know Potsy.
Okay.
And
yeah, mouth.
So the flavors are chocolate crunch cake bar, strawberry shortcake bar, the rich bar, the crumble cookie bar, the orange cream bar, the fudge frenzy bar, cotton candy twirl bar, savagely sour blue raspberry bar, the savagely sour cherry bar, and the cool watermelon bar as well.
Have you ever actively been eating something or as part of your menu or, reoccurring on your menu that got recalled?
Not
or that a warning came out about?
No, I never have.
The Hot Pockets, right, Nick?
Those, that bothered me.
Yeah.
That was deeply disturbing that day.
You could tell.
Customers can visit the Rich's Ice Cream website for more information on products. And we pulled up a graphic of some of the Rich's flavors. Look at the Rich Bar. I miss it's a classic chocolate-coated ice cream bar, like an Eskimo pie.
Exactly.
I haven't had one of those in ages. As a kid, I loved
It is a
those.
standard. It
They're
is a
simple.
winner. It has stood the test of time. It is, for all intents and purposes, the cockroach of the ice cream world. It survives everything. And, Dove makes a very good version of that as well.
Theirs is up a notch.
Yeah.
Theirs is fantastic. But that and ice cream sandwiches. I need to remind myself to go back to the basics, the things that were just simple and I love.
I can't do ice cream sandwiches anymore, and I used to love them. But somebody in my family left one out on the counter all night long.
You didn't have to eat that one.
It didn't melt, did it?
It didn't melt,
Yeah.
Steve. It did not melt.
It's not what we would call
ice cream.
Ice cream, yes.
Yeah.
It's mostly chemicals.
Some of them, it depends on where you get it from. But yes, I know there's some preservatives. But listen, some have preservatives.
Right.
There are ones that are. They all have preservatives.
Yeah.
But it's like I laugh, like I'll eat Oreos. Like,
I know.
There's nothing that came from anything remotely away from a laboratory in that
I
country.
think with ice cream sandwiches and like the Dove bars and those types of ice cream treats in the world,
Novelties.
Novelties. Yeah, you can go name brand, but you really don't have to. Like, there's not much difference, at least in my opinion, between the Acme brand and Dove.
I will, though, when you're talking about novelties, I will have to go with a Haagen-Dazs or Dove popsicle.
I propose we do a taste test.
All right.
I'd be totally down with it because I think I respectfully totally disagree with you on
Let's
that.
do it next week. And if nothing else, it's an excuse to have ice cream sandwiches.
I like it. Okay. Let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
$10,000 for what? Halibut? Ew! What kind of caterer are you? It's disgusting. Well, I'm not going to pay for it. Okay, fine. Don't show up. See if I care.
All right, let's go to Erica, see if she can pick out what movie that's from. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Erica. Name that movie and you win the prize.
Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday.
Hold on a moment, and we are going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card, and you got to try their Acme Flash Grocery Delivery Pickup. Get you fresh grocery 30 minutes or less, so congratulations to you. All right, we're going to queue up another one and see if you can tell what this is from.
Victoria and I used to like this view. Once we had a picnic here, and we drank a 95 Opus 1 with smoked salmon and artichokes, but we didn't care.
All right, 610-660-9333 is the number. Call if you know what movie that's from, and order up. Hey, time for the roundup, Casey. Yeah. Fast food stories, friends, and a fast food roundup. Wendy's and Wednesday Addams have partnered to create a new limited edition signature meal. It's the Meal of Misfortune and will be available across the U.S. at participating Wendy's locations beginning on August 4th. It's based on the Dips of Dread.
The Dips of Dread.
Which are 4 fiery mystery sauces titled, these are what they called, It's You Can't Hide, This Will Sting, Grave Mistake, and Nowhere to Hide. Every meal includes a random selection of 2 of the sauces, along with a 10-piece order of nuggets, small fries, and Raven's Blood Frosty, served in a custom Wednesday package.
So I'm a sucker for all this stuff, this promotional stuff, especially around Wednesday. Jenna Ortega was on Hot Ones and did very well. So I wonder if she had any input on this.
It will require more than one trip to try all of the 4 sauces, and the Raven's Blood Frosty is served with a spoon of gloom and Wednesday-themed cup and a dark cherry swirl. Fans can also play an interactive game available exclusively in the Wendy's app for a chance to win $10,000 for a $10,000 prize. The game involves dodging traps and collecting Wednesday-themed rewards as well. So you can get by there starting on August 4th for that. So the return of the snack wrap is proven to be even more of a big deal than McDonald's was hoping for. The Wall Street Journal reports some locations of the fast food chain have been running low on lettuce and other toppings since the customer favorite made its return.
It's pretty wild. You got to figure they lay in a heavy inventory.
Said that the shortages were temporary and have been resolved.
They're using confetti in the interim.
The snack wrap made its return on July 10th after a 9-year absence. Franchise owners had told corporate that the item took workers too long to make, cutting efficiencies, and some stores defied the menu items cancellation, selling them up until 2020, but by that point, they were completely gone. While there have been plenty of consumer petitions to bring it back, the company has resisted until this year. And on the day that the snack wrap returned, it was reported that visits to McDonald's locations were 11.4% higher than the usual average on that day of the week. The traffic surges continued for several days as well. McDonald's might have the OG snack wrap, but it's hardly the only restaurant to offer one these days. Wendy's began offering a version of the treat in 2023.
I don't know if I've had it.
When they first came out, I did.
Yeah.
It was like essentially a chicken. The one that I got was a thin piece of chicken, like a chicken finger,
right?
Wrapped in tortilla with lettuce and cheese, and you could dip it in sauces. They're small, easy to eat, one-handed,
cheap too,
and they're inexpensive, real inexpensive. Yeah. You know what McDonald's and I don't do fast food breakfast anymore, but they had the and there were small breakfast burritos.
They're still there.
Those
They're
are
awesome.
great.
Yeah, and they're inexpensive as well.
A little bit of picante sauce on there.
Yes, and I like the fact that they're kind of smaller.
Yeah,
like if you get a Taco Bell breakfast, it's a bigger burrito, and you got to kind of tackle that if you're in the car.
It's a little baby Jesus.
Yeah. But I do like that. All right, one last fast food story. The best day of the week to visit your local Burger King could be on a Wednesday. That's the day that BK offers some of the best deals and discounts, including Whopper Wednesday, when you can grab an original Whopper or Impossible Whopper for around $3.99, depending on your location.
An Impossible Whopper?
Yeah, the regular price of the Burger King Whopper is usually $6, so that's a good savings. And the Impossible Whopper is $7. But if you order from the website or the Burger King app, you can score a $3.99 deal.
Impossible mean? I don't know. I blanked. It was impossible to make such a sandwich.
Yeah. So it's only available after 10:30 a.m. after breakfast, and the promo only is for one burger per customer. To order on the app, you go to Offers, the Offers tab to find the Wednesday promotion. Click on the deal and choose the correct location. If you don't have a phone with the app, you can go to the BK website.
For a while, there was a big run on these hidden menu items.
Mm-hmm.
And, it seems it's sort of diminished. They still kind of keep a few of them. Wawa had the safe you go into on the screen.
I was going to ask that very thing. I have no idea if that's still a thing or not.
There's like a little secret button on the bottom left-hand corner.
I got to remember to check that.
Yeah.
All right, we're looking for somebody to name what movie this is from.
Victoria and I used to like this view. You know, once we had a picnic here, and we drank a 95 Opus 1 with smoked salmon and artichokes, but we didn't care.
All right, let me go.
His delivery's so great.
Let me go to Jessica. Hey, Jessica, good morning.
Good morning, all.
All right, what movie is that?
That is Paul Giamatti and Sideways.
Yeah. Great movie. All right, hold on, Jessica. You got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. I love that. But we didn't care. We didn't care. They were eating the wrong thing with the wine to pair with the wine. All right, here is our next.
Sorry, my bad.
Nope, next clip. Music stop, please. Thank you. All right, here we go. This is our next clip. Let's See if you know what movie this is from.
If it were not for this continuous stream of motor impulses, we would collapse like a bunch of broccoli.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know. All right, now, order up. So, Fearless Restaurants Group, they are the ones that own White Dog Cafes.
Yes.
And, of course, it's a full-on dog experience, photos, paintings, sculptures, objects, and stuff like that. They have a restaurant called Triple Crown.
I went.
At the Radnor Hotel, and it is a similarly over-the-top celebration, but of horses and equestrian life.
They had a soft opening on Tuesday night. My wife and I went. Matt Cord and his wife were there. A whole bunch of local notables. Michael Klein stopped by. And it's really nice. And the Radnor Hotel, they've completely rehabbed a lot of it, indoors and outdoors. It was like a Scottish named restaurant, like Glenlivet or something. That's not right, but something along those lines for a long time. You cannot tell that restaurant ever existed when you walk into Triple Crown.
Okay. So how was the decor?
It was really nice. It's like you're going to the Kentucky Derby. You know, there were people that were dressed as if they were going to be in Kentucky on the first Saturday in May. But the bartenders were awesome. They had a whole bunch of mixed drinks that were set up specifically for the soft opening. And they were just doing like samples of stuff that's going to be on the menu. So it wasn't like a full sit down dinner. But it was a really nice, cool experience. And I'm psyched to see what comes next.
So there's along the passageway to the bar, there's it's aligned with hooks with tack, polo helmets, mallets, jockey jerseys, all this antiques that they got from consignment shops. And they're serving a classic American menu, and it's a passion project for Sydney Grimes, who runs Fearless with her father, Marty. Besides the White Dogs, our holdings also include the Mashulu, Rosalie, Testarossa, Autograph, and Louie Louie.
It's a great group and very charitable.
Grimes, or is it Grims? I'm not sure. Who has been riding since she was 3 years old, pointed out that the main line is steeped in equestrian history, home to the Devon Horse Show and Radnor Hunt. And so she said it was an easy extension of the lifestyle and history of the area. She said we wanted to create a real cozy restaurant that felt like you are stepping into an old estate on the main line.
Speaking of that group, Preston, I'll throw a quick plug in. The Alpha Bravo Canine event, Dining Out for the Dogs, is August 4th.
Okay.
And that raises funds for Alpha Bravo Canine, which provides gratis dogs for people experiencing post-traumatic stress syndrome and other brain disorders, veterans, first responders. And that's all you have to do is you make a reservation, you go eat, and money goes to help ABC.
So through the Triple Crown is opening for dinner now that will add lunch and then breakfast and brunch. The Radnor Hotel has a history of corporate breakfast and brunch, is a corporate breakfast and brunch destination.
They have really great cocktails, Preston, and so some of them I think would totally be up your alley. There's a mainline julep that's got bourbon, wine port, elderflower liqueur, and mint. And then the one that I had a few of was called the Easy Goer. It's citrus vodka, cucumber, some kind of citrus, calamansi. You ever heard of that? Mm-mm. Me neither. And then honey, but they had a Hurricane Run. They had a Triple Crown gin and tonic, and then a warm-up lap. So a lot of like racing-themed drinks. But man, they were delicious. And the Easy Goer was delicious and way too easy to drink.
Deceptive.
Yeah, man, when you get a cocktail and it tastes too good, it's like, this is dangerous.
It didn't taste like a cocktail. It tasted like a, like almost like a seltzer. Steve, you could probably actually, there was no sweetness to it. There was no alcohol taste. And it was damn good.
The Triple Crown menu is overseen by executive chef Robert Reisner, by the way. So should check that out. So I thought I'd pass that along. All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
If it were not for this continuous stream of motor impulses, we would collapse like a bunch of broccoli.
All right, we're gonna go to Kara. Hi, Kara. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Kara, name the movie.
Young Frankenstein.
That is correct. Hang on, Kara. We got you. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Acme's fresh groceries are there. It's a flash grocery delivery or pickup. Gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods. Local flavors. All right, we have one more clip to play. Here we go.
Din din. I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver.
All right, 610-660. 9333. All right. Last one. And we're going to get some cookies this time. Chips Ahoy is going full upside down with a wild new cookie that is inspired by Stranger Things. And it is their first ever fruit-filled creation.
Fruit?
For Chips Ahoy, yeah. The fudge chip-studded chocolate cookies hide a bold red strawberry center, channeling the show's spooky underbelly, but with a sweet twist. Wrapped in glow-in-the-dark 80s themed packaging, they're set to hit shelves by August 11th, and then a 2-pack snack size just in time for Halloween.
I'm a Chips Ahoy fan. This doesn't sound like it's something that appeals to me.
No,
I don't like this blend.
But they're going for the look of, I guess, either like the portal, the gate, or
Demogorgon's mouth,
Demogorgon's mouth, or something along those lines. Yeah, and it's interesting too because Chips Ahoy. I'm rewatching season 3 right now with my youngest, but Steve and Robin work at Scoops Ahoy.
Oh, that's right.
In that particular season. So I wonder if there's a tie-in with that.
Somebody's a big Chips Ahoy fan.
I didn't realize that Chips Ahoy was a play on Ships Ahoy until maybe like 2 years ago.
It's those things you find out in life.
Yeah.
Usually you realize it on your deathbed.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's
Chips Ahoy.
All right, that's our last story. So let's get this final clip winner. Here we go. What movie is this from?
Din din. I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver.
All right, we have Willie who is on with us. Hey, Willie, good morning.
Go.
Shut up. Shut up. All right, Willie, what movie is it from?
Austin Powers International Man.
Yeah.
You got the full title.
Hang on, my man. We got a $50 Acme Markets gift card for you. Hungry in a hurry. I'm sorry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery. Our pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods. Local flavors. All right, that's it.
That's from Hershey, right?
That's all we have time for. Yeah, I forgot what I had said. It's good. It's a good go. Yeah. All right, do we have it?
No.
Oh.
Well, I don't know.
We're wrapping up the Connoisseur, so
come on,
outro
man.
music,
That's what I was
please.
ready for.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a break. We have a lot happening on the program today. We're just scratching the surface as we speak. When we get back, we'll do the B-File. After that, Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowes are going to be here. They've got a new show out. And, of course, we know Adam from The Bear and from the awesome pretzels that they make for the Oscars in Philly-style fashion. So we'll chat with them. And musician Jeff Coffin, who plays with the Dave Matthews Band tonight, is going to be in our studio, too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Had ordered something. They weren't ready. It was like an Asian buffet, and they didn't have enough egg rolls done. So I ordered those. Like, okay, we need to make them come back in a second. And I had to do that thing where I had to walk back up and get in front of people at the register. And, they think I'm cutting in line, and I'm actually just going up to get what I had ordered previously. I hate that. It's just a moment of uncomfortableness.
It's like the walk of shame almost.
I hate it.
You should be holding your shoes, Preston, with smeared lipstick on your face.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. And what they should do is have a secondary line that is for people who've already placed their orders and are coming back to pick that up. Just a little bit of tinkering around could have avoided this brawl.
Here's an interesting text. It says, hey, guys, I'm a wedding photographer, and there was a brawl at a wedding. And at the end of the night, the Philly cops needed to go through my camera to find out who the culprits were.
Oh, that's
because
great.
they all fought and then ran, and they were family. So I guess nobody was giving anybody up.
Right.
No family.
And I don't know how that ended up resolving itself, but they had to use that as evidence to track people down.
I love those places where there'd be no way that you'd imagine there'd be something like a brawl or a physical fight, and you get one.
Hey, let's go to Lou. Good morning, Lou.
Oh, Lou!
Yay!
All right.
Lou! How you doing, bud?
Doing better, President. How you guys doing?
Good. Lou had a touch of the Rona.
Oh, did you? Okay,
I had
good.
The coronavirus.
Yeah, you're doing better though, right?
Right. Plus, I got busted ribs, which is always fun. I took a fall at the Poconos, so
Man,
Lou.
Lou.
All right, well, listen.
It's been a crazy month.
But you're doing better. You wanted to tell us this story?
Yeah. So one time I was working out in California. I had a Jack in the Box, and a buddy of mine was working the drive-thru. And like 4 guys from San Jose State football team was in the drive-thru, and they were busting the kids. You know, they were busting them up, picking on them.
Right.
So when he handed them the food, they threw a shake at him, and the kid said something, and they thought that it was just him. They didn't know that his brothers, me, and a buddy of ours, this big Samoan, was sitting in the other room. So we emptied out into the joint. Like they came driving around thinking they're going to fight him, and when we emptied out, one kid walked around the end of the car. I opened his face right up with a left hook.
Oh, my God. All right. Right up.
A Jack in the Box
It
brawl.
was a brawl.
You know what? In a way, Lou, you were like an actual Jack in the Box. The door opens up. Boom. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Wow.
That's hilarious.
Was that the end of the brawl, or did everybody get out and start mixing it up?
Oh, no, everybody got started mixing it up. One of the guys went and got a jack out of the car, and he went after the Samoan. Well, the Samoan kid, he took the jack right to the forearm and started pounding this guy.
Oh my God!
He was a tough kid. He was a cook. I seen this kid drink a dozen and a half of raw eggs one time.
Drink a dozen and a half raw eggs?
All of Lou's all Lou's stories have like tangential stories.
Yeah.
You know?
That alone would be a hell of a story. So the Samoan, you don't want to piss off the Samoan and Jack in the Box, but you guys, I assume, prevailed and were the victors, right?
Right.
All right, cool.
All right, Lou, good to hear from you, man. Hang in there, bud. Lou?
Do we lose him?
Lou? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
All right, Lou, take care, man. We'll see you later.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see ya. Oh, my God. Wow. All right, well, this one, this Golden Corral brawl, it made,
national.
It was viral, and how can you not be, stare at that like a deer in headlights, because it's just, you're not used to seeing that type of thing at your Golden Corrals.
Golden Corral, Sizzler. What were the other?
Does Sizzler even exist anymore?
There was a Western Sizzlin', I remember.
Western Sizzlin', yeah, we talked about.
A branch.
Haas's was the one that we went. Yeah, we went to the Haas's in college. That was like Central PA, probably elsewhere as well.
The whole thing was like $6. You go $6. You go. It's that cafeteria style.
Well, Old Country Buffet was one as well, but I don't think they had steak there.
No.
But I worked at a place I told you guys about. It was called York Steakhouse. That was kind of like that type of thing where. You just stand in line, you get it, and take it to your table.
And then you head west across the country, and then you get Luby's, and you get Morrison's, and you get other cafes. Luby's, yeah.
Okay, is that like Luby or Luby?
It was Lubys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luby's. Like
Luby's?
Yeah. Who's Lou? All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the stories, and keep it in mind, be patient when people are ordering steak.
Don't order it well done. You'll get it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, Tobias Harris is going to be on the show this morning. We're also going to have mountaineer Nims Persia on the program as well. Climbed the tallest peaks, all 14 of them in record time in the world. And our friends from Primo's are stopping by. In fact, Marissa is arranging the goodies right now, which means we'll have some goodies to give away for you as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Oh, and it's National Chocolate Day.
What? Is it?
Yes, and I think we're going to commemorate that in a moment. I'll explain in a little bit.
Chocolate
Be
Day.
back in a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah, man.
She helps me, and
the
she
only
can't.
way.
I know it doesn't take much.
Kids,
it doesn't take
boys.
much. So speaking of food and things to eat, we were in the entertainment report. Had this story from David Beckham, who was saying his wife Victoria Beckham, Posh Spice.
Yes.
For the last 25 years, has eaten nothing but the same thing with for the most part. So
few exceptions.
Yeah, she eats grilled fish and steamed vegetables for dinner every single
day,
night, no matter what. And I'm sure that there are people that have a regular eating habit. I want to know if anyone listening has eaten the same thing day after day for years, except maybe for the rarest of occasion of breaking that. Just a rare occasion.
We're not talking. For like 3 weeks, I was having hamburgers.
No,
we're talking years.
Yeah, I had for at least 5 years, maybe even longer. I eat the same thing on the way into work every single day. I get into a habit. I get into a routine. I'm like, I like the taste of this. It suits my dietary needs.
It's a ritual.
And I'll get it done.
Yes.
So I would have every morning, I would stop by Wawa and I would get a cup of coffee. I would get a non-fat milk and one of those blueberry breakfast bars.
Right.
I don't know if Kellogg's makes them. I forgot who makes them. But I would eat that every single day. And I ate that for at least 5 years. I realized it one day. I'm like, oh, my God, you never deviate from this, ever.
That's like an on-the-go I'm grabbing. Did you ever have a situation where you ate the same thing you prepared or had it prepared the
Not
same
for
way?
years.
For years.
No.
Okay.
No, never did.
So when we were talking about this a little bit ago, you remember our friend Teacher Face?
Yes.
My Teacher Face.
Yeah, she's great.
She won teacher, best high school teacher, and then came to the Emma Barbecue. Anyway, she sent me a message. She says, I eat the same thing for lunch every single day, and I have my entire teaching career. When I keep my calories consistent up until dinner, then I can go eat like a Viking at dinner time.
Yeah.
So for her, every day at lunch has been the same meal her entire teaching career.
Wow.
So I think maybe the habit of it, you get in that habit and then you like the benefits of it.
I agree. I told you my super weird lunch for many years was an iced tea, an ST iced tea, and a pickle. That was it.
That was it.
That was it for throughout junior high and the first year, 2 years of high school.
Wow.
That was it.
Okay.
Eating lunch was never a main. It was more, okay, here's something. But now that I think back on that, I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
I know somebody who's a very plain eater and doesn't like to experiment or taste other things. And I don't know if he eats the same thing every day, but like pretty much. Like, he'll have like chicken. He'll go as far as wings, and then that's it. And no, like, mashed potatoes are fancy. So nothing.
Yeah, there's
nothing
people
like
that have limited,
intake.
Yeah, limited menu. But that I'm curious about the exact same meal at the same time every day. I have for the past few years now, and it's breakfast that I normally eat the same thing. I have a banana and coffee,
right,
every day on my way to work, like for years now. But
it's been a Quest protein bar and/or Quest protein cookie for about 3 or 4 years now.
I have pretty much the same lunch every day. You guys always see me eating my lunch.
Yeah.
I get salad and cottage cheese and grapes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been
And
eating
today
for
it's
years.
Philly pretzels.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much to Philly Pretzel Factory for stopping in this morning. All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Todd. Hey, Todd, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, it's all good, buddy. So what do you eat for? So is it one meal or the same things all day long? What's your regular routine?
So when I was in grad school and my first couple of jobs out of college before I got married, I was on Weight Watchers, and I just found the sweet spot of what worked for me. And every morning for breakfast, I'd have 2 eggs over easy with a quarter cup of cottage cheese and a quarter cup of blueberries and a glass of skim milk. And for lunch, I'd have tuna fish on the thin bread.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Like fruit.
All right.
And it just works.
And how long? How long did you have that every single day?
So it was, to be fair, it was usually like Monday through Friday.
All right.
During work days, but it was probably for 3 years, 4 years.
All right. That's not bad.
And that's very healthy, by the way. What he was eating was was pretty damn healthy.
Yep.
It worked.
Yeah, well, listen.
Thanks, man.
If you have something like that that's foundational, I get it. The funny thing is, if you have a food of preference and you never veer from that food over the course of years.
All right, here we go. Here's one. Let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Morning, it Fresbo. How are you?
Morning, it, buddy. I am good, man. All right, so yours has been a long run, right?
Yeah, 17 years since I've been doing this job.
3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. Before we ring in our Friday, if you like to tune in to YouTube, our YouTube stream, while we play our song from Froggy, you'll want to tune in. I have something special for this. And I have to take my headphones off.
Yes,
to
you
do
do.
it, too.
Yeah.
So log in right now to our YouTube account and enjoy the fact that it is indeed Friday, people. Thank you very much. All right, let's do the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. You can visit delcotrimlight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest, permanent, programmable holiday lighting system around. Wait, my glasses. Hang on.
Yes, you wonder why everything's so blurry and why your head is sweating.
I have to wear my glasses, and I had to take them off to do my special Froggy Friday thing. All right, so, man, I hope you guys saw this because the picture is priceless. Social media is abuzz as locals share photo and videos of renowned mouse Chuck E. Cheese being arrested.
Yes.
By Tallahassee Police Department officers and being taken out of the restaurant as kids and families are looking on. While some question why police didn't wait till the man was out of his costume, another photo later shows the arrested man unmasked with the mascot head on top of the squad car. They arrested Jermel Jones on 3 felonies. A police spokesperson, Alicia Hill, we're looking at. I mean, he's got his cuffs behind his back.
Why did they take the mask off?
It looks like a staged photo.
So, police spokesperson Alicia Hill said police were called to the parking lot of the Chuck E. Cheese after a caller reported a stolen credit card. The victim met officers outside and said that they had a party at the pizza joint in June, and afterwards she noticed about $100 of fraudulent charges on her card from places that she didn't shop at or hadn't been to. She was actually able to trace the activity to an employee at the restaurant. Police initially identified the suspect as an employee who was checking stamps at the front door. But when they returned to make an arrest, they were advised by another employee that the suspect was now dressed as Chuck E. Cheese. She said they walked over with the intention of just walking outside to put the handcuffs on him outside of public view. And according to reports, one officer, while grabbing the employee, even referred to him as the character himself. He said, "Chucky, you're coming with me, Chucky." But when they approached him, he immediately tensed up and resisted. And so at this point, they made the decision to put him in handcuffs, keeping him in mind the safety of not only the customers, but the suspect as well as the officers themselves. She said the police department doesn't have a specific policy on when arrests are appropriate in public. Right. And the agency relies on officer discretion based on the safety of others and ensuring a suspect can't destroy evidence.
I love this photo because there's kids standing up on their chairs looking at Chucky being let out in cuffs, being perp walked.
Jones was charged with 3 felonies: theft of credit card, criminal use of personal identification information, and fraudulent use of a credit over 2 times within 6 months. So if you haven't seen it, look it up. It's priceless. A couple's decision to join the Mile High Club on a flight to Sarasota landed them a trip to jail. Investigators say they received a complaint from a flight attendant on a JetBlue flight number 163 from John F. Kennedy International Airport to Sarasota Bradenton International Airport on Saturday. The flight attendant said that several children and their mother witnessed Christopher Arnold and Trista Riley engaging in sexual activity during the flight.
Oh, no, man.
Like, they weren't even in the bathroom. I mean,
they were out of their seats?
I guess they were at their seats.
Was there like a blanket over them at all?
Police arrested Arnold and Riley, who are from Danbury, Connecticut, after the plane landed, and they face charges of lewd and lascivious exhibition. They've been released on their own recognizance and are scheduled to be arraigned on August 15th. The moment a gull collided with a Spanish fighter jet and smashed through its cockpit was captured in an extraordinary photograph. The $120 million warplane was performing in the Eurofighter display at the San Javier Air Base on June 15th when the incident happened. The pilot was unharmed. He landed safely. Javier Alonso de Medina Salguero, an aviation photographer, unwittingly captured the spectacle, only realizing he had done so when he checked on his camera later on. He said they reported over the radio that it had hit a seagull and broken the cockpit. Just then I looked at the photo and I had saw the whole sequence. I mean, you see the bird parts scattered
blasted
all over the place. He said, I was amazed to see that the front of the cockpit was actually broken when I looked at the photos.
You know, they'll fire dead birds, like at the Acela when they were testing that out. They were firing dead birds at the windshields to make sure they could withstand a collision.
Yeah, and for these fighter jets, they'll actually use like turkeys, like you know, for consumption. They'll take those and they shoot them out of a cannon. Bird collisions with aircraft are regular occurrence, with 13,000 reported annually in the U.S. alone. But for a bird to shatter a pilot's glass window and for a photographer to capture the scene, that is exceedingly rare.
When I did the ride along with the NASCAR driver, you drove, Preston. I elected to just ride and see what it was like from the passenger side. We're in a NASCAR going, 140, whatever it was, hit a bird, and that thing just blasted into bits. Yeah.
Wow. A man accused of going on a naked joyride on a stolen boat in the Hudson River over the weekend escaped from New York Presbyterian Hospital in Washington Heights, where he was undergoing a psychiatric evaluation. Sources said that 36-year-old Stephen Blazzetti slipped out of handcuffs Wednesday morning when the police officer watching him fell asleep. Security camera captured Blazzetti putting on a doctor's jacket before he slipped out of New York Presbyterian Hospital.
Smooth move.
He was charged with grand larceny, criminal possession of stolen property, and reckless endangerment in connection to the incident when he took the stolen boat in the Hudson River.
Hey, no one's using this boat.
I'll take that. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we'll wrap it up. And this involves a naked guy, too. In Oklahoma City, the family came face-to-face with a naked stranger inside their home Monday evening. The bizarre break-in started inside the family's house. Once the family confronted the naked man, he left out their back door, skipped to the pond, and jumped in.
That's great. That's adorable.
Police say that he was there for about an hour before they were able to get him out.
Look at ducks.
So the homeowner, Blake Overstreet, said him waiting around like very much hippopotamus-like. It was really strange.
Can we make brownies?
He said this incident was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. He said, I was ready to see my son and my mom coming home from martial arts class. I thought that was them knocking on the front door. By the time I opened the front door to let them in, the back door was being opened by the big, fat, naked, crazy guy.
Hi.
He described the man as 6'2" and over 400 pounds.
Wow.
He said, by the time I could get to go be armed or help myself to protect my family, my wife was doing the exact same thing. They found themselves pointing a gun at the man, telling him to get out. He said, anytime a big, gigantic, naked man comes into your house unwanted, the de-escalation is, I guess you could say, pretty quick. He then walked out the back door through their yard, which leads to the neighborhood pond. He said, I saw one of the strangest things I've ever seen. Following somebody out of your own house into a lake that you're not supposed to be swimming in, full of snakes and snapping turtles. They watched him jump in the pond, and like I said, he stayed there for about an hour until police coaxed him out. Overstreet said he's thankful that things didn't escalate. Officers did take the man into custody. They said that he was under the influence at the time.
Of course, yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a break to take. When we get back, we are scheduled to have actors Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowes here in our studio, which I'm very much looking forward to. A little later on, saxophonist for the Dave Matthews Band, Jeff Coffin, who's a great guest, is going to be here as well because they get a gig tonight in Camden. So we'll take a break and be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I watched peanut butter and jelly every day for 17 years.
17 years.
Without deviating from that. That's wild. And let me ask you, Sean, have you ever gotten tired of it?
No, I have it right behind me right now.
How about that?
Yeah. Do you get excited? It's lunchtime.
No, I love it. Matter of fact, once a month, the company here buys pizza for everybody, and I don't get it. I stick with my peanut butter and jelly.
How many sandwiches do you eat? Just the one?
Mostly two.
Okay,
at
good.
Lunchtime, sometimes one, but I bring other stuff. But most of the time, it's two peanut butter and jellies. It's got to be certain. I only eat strawberry preserves. That's the only jelly I'll have.
Okay, so you don't even deviate from the jelly, or do you use the same brand peanut butter every single time?
Skippy peanut butter.
Yeah.
Strawberry preserves. Yeah, yep. All
right.
White or whole wheat?
White bread. Matter of fact, it's like a Wonder Bread.
Okay.
Have you ever gone crazy and toasted it one day?
No, because I have it in my lunch case. No, I can't. It's always white bread, peanut butter and jelly every day.
It's as basic a sandwich. If you were to set off a bomb
Thanks,
in a
Sean.
kitchen, you'd probably have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich somewhere after the in the debris.
All right, let me go to here. I'll bet we have a bunch of people that do peanut butter and jelly sandwiches every day. We have Clayton. Hi, Clayton. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys rock.
Thank you, Clayton. All right, what's your regular and how long's it been going on?
Well, it's been going on since I was in the 10th grade, and I've been eating peanut butter and jelly, of course, and it's been on potato bread. and it's been Concord grape jelly, and it's been Skippy peanut butter. And the funniest thing about it is that since I started working in the industry of trees, everybody I know that's a big kid eats peanut butter and jelly.
Really?
That's it. I mean, every single person I've met and run into in the industry eats peanut butter and jelly.
So and now are we talking the 3 squares a day, or how many meals are peanut butter and jelly based?
Eating personally, breakfast, lunch, and sometimes dinner if we make it home by 9 o'clock if we're lucky.
These guys, how many people in your crew, Clayton?
We got 5 guys in the crew. So
wow, man.
Yeah, but it's pretty funny.
You should contact Skippy and let them know your story.
I want to see a picture on social media of all 5 of you guys eating your peanut butter jelly sandwiches at the same time, and then just tag us on that.
We'll tag you. We'll get Jason up in the tree holding the peanut butter.
Do you think there's
Thanks, Clayton.
In the realm of comfort sandwiches, is there really peanut butter and jelly
the
is
one,
such
man.
a basic.
Yeah, there's something really good
Yeah.
about it. You
I
know,
think
like,
there's
I
the school
had grilled
attachment.
cheese for
Yeah.
dinner last night, but
Yeah.
that's
another
a different thing.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. You got to. It's more preparation.
It's too much
more,
work.
It's more of a meal.
Yeah.
A peanut butter and jelly sandwich is just something really, really great about
Yeah.
it.
God, I love peanut butter, and it's the one thing that still tastes weird to me.
Oh.
after
Kidding.
COVID.
After COVID,
Yeah.
really? What is it? What do
I
you
don't
get?
know. It's not. It's just not the same. It's not. I don't know what it is. I can taste it, but it's like it almost doesn't taste like great. So what's the point? You know?
Yeah.
Destroyed your peanut butter receptor.
It's weird. And you know what? It happened to one of my friends too. She said the same thing about peanut butter. Sorry, I'm digressing.
No, it's all right. I'll continue down peanut butter lane here for a moment. Nick, I finally went to the Cape May peanut butter company.
Yeah.
And yep. And
Casey's been, yeah.
And I brought back the honey peanut butter.
Oh, my God.
What's that? Yeah.
I want to live on peanut butter lane.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And I feel bad eating.
Yes, you should. You should feel bad.
I do.
We need to take a sojourn to peanut butter lane.
It's so good. And
Get in the
I
wagon.
haven't tried their other ones yet. So
Have you tried it on like toast? You know, warm it up a
Yeah.
little
Oh
bit?
yeah. That's the only way I have it.
The butterscotch peanut butter is.
He's not an animal.
Butterscotch peanut butter.
Yeah. I feel like I brought it in for you.
I'm going to shoot.
That sounds pretty good. Okay, you're going to shoot. No, we don't want that, Gandalf. All right, let me go to. I have Austin next. Hey, Austin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can't
Hey.
believe we made it on. Hi, Mom. Let's see here. So for about 10 years since school, since college, I would have a bagel and cream cheese every single morning before class, and that has continued for about 10 years now.
In the working world.
In the working world now, yep. I make a bagel and cream cheese every morning before work. I eat it at work.
It's a standard. It's a standard one, and it's a standard for a lot of people. That's why you'll go into places and they'll have pre-cream cheesed bagels at the ready because it's such a standard.
And here's the thing I want to point out, Austin, is it's still just as satisfying to have that today as it was back.
Toasting it, nice warm bagels with some soft cream cheese is the best thing ever.
All right.
You know what? There is, and
right.
we've
I love
talked
it.
about how deeply mired in ritual you and I are, and if there's a deviation, it'll throw us off. And I think that becomes a thing with your eating patterns. You know,
sure.
It's like, well, this is not. I can't have this on. It has to be a bagel.
Yeah, for a long time there. I mean, well, mine's just not here anymore. But I would get an everything bagel, toasted and buttered, and that's what I had every single day.
I wonder why I'm okay having the same breakfast every day. And a lot of times the same lunch, but dinner, no.
No, you got to change it up,
I got to
right?
change it.
Yeah.
You know, it can't be. It's a whole different animal.
And with the leftovers, I can only do like one day after. After that, it's like it's too much.
Yeah.
I can't go back to it.
Kathy, it was excruciating. One time I went to what is the family style Italian
Buca di Beppo?
Buca di Beppo.
Yeah. Didn't realize I had ordered family style for myself.
19
and
days
I ate
worth
the
of-
same thing for like 8 days in a row. And it does become like annoying.
Yeah.
It's so annoying quickly.
But you know what, like, Press, with that whole breakfast and lunch thing, it's kind of like what my teacher face was saying. Like, I kind of, at this point, I like kind of like eating the same thing for breakfast and lunchish, and then
rock the dinner.
Yeah, I gotcha. We'll go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good, buddy. All right, Lou, what have you been eating?
Lou from Delco.
Okay,
all right.
Go ahead, Lou.
So I worked a private ambulance, and a friend of mine owned Zach's Hamburgers, and every night for dinner, we ate there for about 3 years. Burgers, fries, and shakes on our way between calls. It was,
every night for 3 years, the same dinner.
Oh my God, yeah. It was, and I still, it's like mental. If I go near a Zach's, I got to pull in.
Hey, does Zach still just have the one location at 5 Points? No,
there's 3 or 4. The original location was down on Chester Pike. That was perfect for us because we used to drive between 2 places and go right by it.
Okay.
But they have one in Folsom, and then that one in 5 Points.
Yeah, my old Arby's is now a Zach's.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I see. I remember when it was just very small and
that little spot at 5 Points.
And then remember, I saw the cup on Mayor of Easttown. They were
That's
holding
right.
the Zach's Hamburgers cup. All right. Anyway, I digress.
We digress.
Let's go to Eleanor. Hi, Eleanor. Good morning.
Good morning. I like turtles.
Don't we all? So, Eleanor, we're talking about, for those of you just tuning in, we got started with this. David Beckham's wife, Victoria, eats the exact same thing and has for 25 years for dinner. What's your regular thing, and how long has it been going on?
So it was my parents, and my mom took wheat toasted bread with tuna fish and an apple for 22 years when she was working.
Wow.
My dad took white bread with butter and cheese with an orange every day, and he worked for another 10 years after her.
A butter and cheese sandwich?
Butter and cheese sandwich, and which I've never really heard of before,
Yeah.
and an orange, but that's it. Every day for decades.
Decades.
Wow.
And they were from the old country. They were from Scotland, and they came here with nothing but a bag of oranges and a car and 2 kids.
Wow.
So they were so cheap. It was unreal. I mean, it was just ridiculous.
Well, that's the old Scottish thing, right? You know, when you come to my house, ring the doorbell with your elbow because you're going to be bringing something.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, when they put a Wendy's up across the street from her work, she splurged one time in 22 years, and we went to lunch because they had the salad bar.
The super bar at Wendy's.
God, man.
That's funny.
It was disgusting. It was just like, oh my God, how can you eat this every freaking day? How?
Right.
I
think it becomes psychological.
Eleanor, after work ended, did she switch it up a little bit?
All
right, thank you very much, Marissa. Our next 2 guests are fired up to be here. They're doing this whirlwind tour right now all over the place, and we've had the pleasure of speaking to them before. And you know Adam from The Bear, and you know Katie from tons of stuff. We were just talking about Inventing Anna, which was so great. But now they're here to talk about The Hunting Wives, which is available now. It's streaming on Netflix. Just came out this week. Please welcome Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowes. Adam wearing his Bird's hat today.
Always. I'm never taking this thing off.
He does. I can confirm. He wears it everywhere.
Have you adopted because I know you're from Long Island.
I'm from
New York as well.
Oh, nice. Yes, you know, I really wasn't a sports fan growing up, but now being with Adam Shapiro for 20 years, I'm just I am a Philly sports fan through and through.
How many people came over for the Super Bowl this year?
Oh, I think we had 200. We had 100 adults and 100 children.
And we made 6,000 soft pretzels.
We made 6,000 Shappy soft pretzels. I had a huge bounce house in the front. I mean, I can't say I watch any of it because I'm just literally running around hostessing, but I love that, and I love being part of the Philly sport.
Listen,
family.
it's been an amazing. I mean,
What a run.
That parade that was just staggeringly amazing. Were you guys able to get into town for that, or
We couldn't make it into town, but we watched the entire.
I also
on TV,
really
and it was the
take
greatest day
responsibility
ever.
for the Eagles because the Eagles have been just rocking since our son is 7.5 and he was only a few months old at the first Super Bowl.
That's right. It's
that
all
we won.
Albie. It's Albie.
So I feel wildly responsible.
He's got the magic touch. I took him to his first game last year when the Eagles were out playing the Rams. And Saquon broke like every record in the book. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's got the magic
Having
touch.
sex. Keep having sex. It bodes well for Philadelphia. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Wow.
I watched the first episode, by the way, last night.
you did?
Yeah.
Hunting Wives.
Yeah, Hunting
It's
Wives.
Scandalous, which is the other show I have been on. And it's been a while since I've been on a very scandalous show. This is a summer, scandalous, sultry, saucy, all the S words. Sexy.
This is a show for my wife and I to watch. It's exactly what we're looking for because it is in that mode. It's in that Desperate Housewives.
Yes.
It's in that there's a mystery. It's in everything seems buttoned down and wonderful on the surface, but there is a bubbling undercurrent, and I love this kind of stuff.
Oh, thank you.
This is from a book series or a one-off?
Yes, it's a book written by May Cobb called the same name, The Hunting Wives, and our showrunner, Rebecca Cutter. There's some things that stick to the book and some things that are far more wild. We shot it last year in Charlotte, North Carolina, but it's supposed to take place in East Texas. And our line is, we don't work, we wife.
Wow.
I play the preacher's wife, so my clothes, that's a spoiler, my clothes stay on, but many people's do not. So enjoy.
You're saying thank God.
Yeah.
Well, we've been together 19 years and our
we've
jobs
been through
are
it
weird.
all.
Well, you've between Scandal and the shows, you've seen a lot of guys making out with your
This
wife.
is true.
Yeah.
This is a terrible truth to our. No, this is we're used to this. I think the first time I ever went to see you in a play when we were first dating, you were like.
I'm sorry.
It was sultry and sexy.
And honestly, Adam has had to do that too. I know he's usually the comedic relief on the
I'm not
side.
in the
but
scene where I'm making out with the girl. I'm in the next scene where I'm with the guy who made out with the girl. I'm like, yo, how was last night, man? Tell me about it. Give me details.
As actors, and even before it was professional, when you were just doing amateur, so do you remember the first quote unquote screen kiss you had to do? And was it awkward or was it
it's always
natural?
terrible. I'm not going to lie. Like people, I'm so glad there's like chemistry through the camera and people believe it. But on camera and on stage, it's so uncomfortable.
We had to do a screen kiss once.
And that was even uncomfortable. We practice a lot in real life.
What was the project?
We had to kiss. I played her boyfriend that rigged the election in Scandal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But it wasn't like a R-rated kiss. It was a peck.
It was a peck.
Yeah, but then you're really uncomfortable because you have like 150 crew members watching you
Not used to
and
that.
judging you, and you're like, oh gosh, are they going to think we're good in real life?
Yeah, they're
or
going to
bad
think
in
this
real
is how
life?
we actually kiss. We're in character here.
Yeah.
This isn't us.
Yeah.
It seems like something that would be, and it's always said to be awkward. And there's Hollywood is replete with stories about that sort of stuff and going on and how it could be difficult. But like David Cornsweet is from the area. He's
Superman, baby.
And Rachel
that's
Brosnan.
so great.
They have crazy chemistry. But he's happily married,
As is she.
As is she.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's not like things don't happen occasionally.
Sure.
Brad Pitt and
Angelina Jolie is the most famous.
Right,
absolutely.
Right. So
yeah, I always think that's a mistake. I just I feel like what's that? There's that saying like don't
crap where you eat.
Where you work, or
work,
don't.
yeah.
That's right. Don't crap where you eat.
in the company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly
don't get
right.
from the
It's
same
never,
place you get
it's
your
never a
bread.
great thing. But I feel like being married to an actor, there are some incredible, marriage goals out there of people like who are both in the business and have been married for 30, 40, 50 years.
And it's nice that we're both in the business.
Because we understand each other's lives.
Get
It's
it.
bizarre. Like we're on this huge East Coast road trip right now
You were
because we
telling
both
us.
happen to be unemployed, and everyone's like, "How do you do it?" I'm like, "We're both off right now." Adam was shooting The Bear last year, and I was shooting Hunting Wives in Charlotte, and we literally passed our children off in the airport.
Wow.
And it
We
takes
just
two
tagged.
actors. We like he dropped the kids off, I picked them up in the terminal, and he took another flight straight to Chicago to shoot The Bear.
So the good news is you're on really tremendous projects, and the career's going well. But I was watching a number in preparation for this. Your interviews together, and I think you guys are the quote unquote power couple that Hollywood needs.
She's the pretzel queen.
The
I am
pretzel
the
queen.
pretzel
Now let me
queen.
ask you: how did your pretzel game Did it exist at all before Adam?
I did not know I was marrying a baker. I didn't know he would be a baker. I didn't know that pretzels would be such a big part of my life. And the terrible part about it is I have partook in pretzels since the company became, which is 6 years ago, I think. And I just got diagnosed celiac in November, so I can't eat gluten for the rest of time.
For the rest of her life.
Is that the goal? The holy grail of pretzel, a soft pretzel that's gluten free?
We're working on
in
it.
LA it is, baby. I keep saying him. I'm like, you nail a gluten-free pretzel in Los Angeles and we're going to be billionaires. He's working on it.
I never messed around with gluten-free pretzels until recently, and I've made some terrible ones.
Yeah.
And whenever I make it, I give it to Katie. I'm like, try this, because I don't know. Everything that's like gluten-free to me tastes terrible.
Yeah.
Because I don't eat gluten-free stuff.
I know.
But people who eat gluten-free stuff, they're like, taste has come around. So I'm like, all right, well, I got to let Katie try it.
He is not yet nailed
I have not cracked it, but I'm gonna. And I'm saying that right here. I'm gonna crack it.
I have every confidence. There's a lot of people I know that eat gluten-free that have no reason to, that aren't really. They just think it's a diet. It's like no MSG.
Yes.
So they don't. Yeah.
I never did that. I was gluten full for 42 years. And then until the doctor said, you're done.
You're done.
Your body is not. And he was like, I know that a lot of people or actors would be like, I know gluten, da 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 da. And he's like, no, for real.
You
this
can't
is like
touch it.
for real for you.
How does it manifest when you have that?
It's different for everybody. Some people get like wildly stomach ache sick. That was not me. I just had. Guys, this is a really sexy morning. I was bloated beyond belief.
This girl was bloated.
And I had horrible acid reflux. Watch The 100 Wives on Netflix.
Watch another actor kiss that.
Adam, I'm heading to Chicago next week, and my son and I are going on a food tour of Chicago because he's the only other foodie in my family. So we're going to go by the restaurant Mr. Beef.
You got to go to the Beef.
Which is where they shoot the scenes from, the beef side of the bear. So I'm going to make sure that I stop by there. You'd mentioned, Katie, of Adam being in Chicago. A lot of your scenes in The Bear is just you on the phone, though.
Yeah, I do some good phone acting.
He always has.
Do you have to be in Chicago to shoot those? I guess?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Normally, whenever you do a phone call, you sort of tack it on to a non-phone call scene.
Yeah.
So I will shoot a regular scene, and then they'll grab the two actors that are in the phone call and we'll just knock those out at a location really, really close. Or
it's cool to see your character is starting to change where we are, because he's starting to get pissed off, and we haven't seen that yet because Adam's a really positive, cool, let's go kind of guy, and I'm really curious where this is going to take your character.
So am I.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, it's conflicting because I'm watching. I know this guy. I love this guy.
Yeah, you want Shapiro to have the best staff at his restaurant.
He's yelling at my girl.
And it's also Adam Shapiro. So I'm like, is this me? Am I playing me? They're like, no, chef, it's you. It's you.
Have you, will there be any revelatory pretzel recipe that makes its way into the...
I'm trying.
Okay.
Last season, I made like 150 pretzels in Chicago and brought them to the set. And it happened to be the episode where there's an episode in season 3 where like a lot of famous chefs show up.
Yes.
And it happened to be that day. I didn't know that. I just sort of picked a random day I was working, and I'm like, I'll bring pretzels on Thursday. And so I got to serve Shappy pretzels to 15 of the best chefs from around the world. It was awesome.
It's the episode where he gets stressed down. Who played the prick chef?
Oh, you're talking about Joel McHale. Oh, he was so good
tremendous.
in that scene.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
McHale's the best. He's our neighbor.
Oh,
I see him all the time.
He's is he an a-hole? I almost said
he's so good at that.
He's terrific in it.
And he's the nicest guy in the world.
This is the best job in the world. Like, Adam will call me from shooting and some famous chef will have shown up, hang out, and then take the cast or whoever out to the craziest meals. That's the perk of this show. Could you imagine?
How do you fight the weight gain?
Isn't that so great?
Yeah.
I know the weight gain is, I mean, not for me, and he's fine. Because Adam operates burning 1 billion calories a day. Look at the energy on that.
Stop.
You don't stop.
Well, Adam, I wanted to ask you because my wife is 2 seasons behind or was, and so
How dare her?
I know
go so slow.
She lived a life for 2 years, but it's been a lot of fun fun for me catching up because I'm seeing stuff that I missed out on the first time or reminded of or whatever, and there are so many tendrils and interconnections from one season to the next. It's a really brilliantly written show. This is a loaded question, but who's been your favorite acting partner thus far on the series? Have you really enjoyed spending time on screen with someone?
Exactly who it was. Olivia Colman.
Oh, yeah.
Olivia Colman.
She's amazing.
First of all, just the fact that she's on the show.
I know.
She just said in an interview, she was like, "Oh, I love the Bear. I'd love to be on the Bear." And they were like, "We're going to shoot our shot. And to see if we can get her." And they got her to come from London.
Oh my God,
for 24 hours for season 2.
Yeah.
Just to come for that one scene.
All of her.
Wow. Yeah. And then she ended up coming. Did she come back?
I have no idea.
And then she came back.
All I
of
know is that
3.
you went on like a full day date with her. Like she had never been to Chicago, and
I was like, I'm
working.
going out with some of my buddies, and we're gonna get drinks and watch basketball. Would that like interest you? Do you want to come out with me? She was like, I would love to do that.
Yeah,
and I was
that's how
like,
you
get
know
out.
she's cool as hell.
Wow. So we had 100 beers, and then we woke up in the morning, and we had breakfast, and then we went to the beach, and then we went shopping, and then we had lunch, and then we had tea, and I'm texting Katie. I'm like,
He's FaceTiming me, and I was like, I mean, I need this to happen. Like, you just need to.
I was like, Katie, I want a full-on date with Olivia Colman.
And I said, go for it.
And Katie was like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
That is
obsessed
fine.
with her.
You know what's great is that she plays. Great shows give you an expectation and then subvert it at what this character is going to be, and she's completely not that.
I know,
and that's the big the gift that keeps on giving with the Bear.
There's so many great actors that play all sorts of stuff that's not necessarily
what you
would expect from them.
What I love about The Hunting Wives, and we're going to balance this out here, is that I have a feeling it's going to be like when you crack open like an Agatha Christie. This is what I want.
It's crazy.
And I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
So when you are not dumped into, but when you join, you're a seasoned actor, but these are the people you're going to work with for a while.
Yeah.
Do you look for different things to promote chemistry, or do you just dive in and does that happen on the set organically?
Yeah, I feel like Scandal was such a. I got to go to the school of Kerry Washington, which, she was the #1 on Scandal and really cultivated. Let's bring it back to sports, Adam Shapiro. But she's sort of like the quarterback.
Yes,
she's such an amazing team leader and really just always
And she married the cornerback. Just ironically enough, she married the cornerback.
there you go.
That's right.
Namdi.
Namdi
Yeah,
Asomugha,
baby.
who we love so much. But, really cultivating, hanging out and supporting each other. And I've sort of always taken that with me. And The Hunting Wives, again, it sort of did it on its own. What's so cool about the show was we were all mostly LA based. A lot of us were moms leaving our kids for the first time.
Oh, wow. So that vibe is real.
Oh, my gosh. And we all lived in one kind of Melrose Place apartment complex that had a pool in the middle, our apartments all around. And we had left. Oh my gosh, our kids are out there.
Yeah, the kids are outside.
It was really bad and sad. And also, we would get there to our little apartments and just like throw our bags down and head out to dinner and share a bunch of wine and just grateful to sort of. And we were coming off of a really hard, awful, stressful strike.
Right.
So we just felt so grateful to hang out and like get away from our
And
households.
Katie called me. She was like, I'm just so worried about leaving the kids. I don't know what I'm going to do there. I'm going to miss you guys so much. 2 days later, I'm getting a FaceTime from her. She's line dancing. She's got a cowboy hat on.
I went honky-tonking every weekend with my girls.
By the way,
margaritas.
Said kids are in our the Acme Lounge listening to this.
Yeah. Hey, kiddos.
I love you, Albie. I love you, Vera, so much.
We
Best
love
thing
you.
that ever happened to me. Okay.
Let me give a quick synopsis, if I may, it's about the series. And this is Sophie, a young woman and mom, falls into an affluent society's seductive orbit, where a circle of housewives who have a dangerous list of secrets themselves that culminate in her becoming the prime suspect in the death of a teenage girl. So in that first episode, they set a lot in motion. So
Oh, boy.
I love this stuff.
You can't stop watching once you start.
Are you a fan of these kind of things? These
This is my type of show.
Yeah.
Because I don't, I think also when you're an actor, you don't like to, I don't like to watch shows and really feel like
You got to
super
think a lot.
challenged. Yeah, not that the show isn't challenging, it is, but I don't want to sit there
You want to have a good time.
Yeah, I want to have a good time. I want to be entertained.
Yeah.
Like I want to just relax and escape the world we live in and just like get swept up in a. I feel the same way when I read a book too. You know,
Escapism.
So,
That's what you want.
escapism,
That's how I feel when I watch Bachelor in
sauciness.
Paradise. I love that show.
we
It's
love that
paradise,
show. We
and
love
they're looking for love.
And they're
They're in bathing suits.
It is paradise.
Yeah.
It's paradise.
It's the only time you can see crabs, both sexual and real.
And this is so true. There's so many crabs on that show.
Oh, my God.
Yuck.
If you're just tuning in, Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowes are here. We're talking about hunting wives and a plethora of other things. There's so many things in their career. And I wanted to ask you, Katie, because looking at your credits, you've done a lot of voiceover stuff for animated films. In Frozen, you were credited as voices. What, any characters we would know?
Oh, yeah. So I think it's like the first line of the movie, but she's sort of an adorable, doughy mom at the beginning who says, "It's Coronation Day." I like opened that whole movie. So Adam and I used
And there's
to,
also
Oh, yeah.
there's also in the faint background after she says that, you hear Coronation Day. And that's me.
Yes.
Nice
yes.
work. Those are good
Are you like the
residuals, bro.
depressed dad or something?
Am I depressed dad?
no.
No, I think that's where I came into the movie.
No.
But then I just played regular dad.
Oh, I don't remember what you were credited
You think
as.
there's a Frozen character called depressed
Was it like
dad?
sad dad? I don't remember.
I would love to see depressed dad in the credits.
Frozen was all about depressed dad.
We nannied for the head casting director of Disney Animation for years. I was her nanny, and she's a longtime friend. And we used to go into Disney and play improv games for all the animators because they would work on one project for 5 or 6 years drawing the same character. So they would call us in. We would do improv games just to sort of like open up their creativity.
Right.
And they just gave us so many jobs. Like that's why we have a lot of lines and a lot of different
Katie's
animated
in Big
things.
Hero 6 and Zootopia.
Wreck-It
and
Ralph.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Guys, listen to my voice.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It's wonderful. It's pitch perfect.
But they don't cast me in all those Disney movies because I think I just can't drop the Philly thing.
True, yeah, that accent
like
is
nobody in
big.
Zootopia is like, oh yeah, no, we go see all these animals.
Down the shore,
they're
you get
just
a
like,
hoagie.
Yeah, no, they're not doing that.
Did you do voiceover work? Did you study that when you were in college?
I never studied voiceover work, but I've always had a lot of voice and speech classes. Similar to Adam, my mother talks like this. Like I grew up in Long Island. Like I went to Tisch School of the Arts. I had like definitely an.
Is that NYU?
Yeah, I went to
yeah.
NYU. I definitely had a Long Island accent when I came into it. And part of the drama major is Monday through Friday voice and speech work for sure.
So my daughter is going to be a sophomore at Michigan State. She's a
huge school. That's
theater major,
amazing.
and she's doing all this stuff. So she did voiceover stuff last year, and
Yeah.
so I wanted to ask you about your schooling. Like how important? How much did you learn in those years at NYU?
It was so. I mean, it was so important. First of all, those 4 years were amazing, but
and that's a real deal theater school.
Oh,
Theater school. I mean, not only did it give me all of our closest friends. We have a theater company in LA called I Am a Theater Company. That's all my best friends from Tisch School of the Arts that we all moved out to LA at the same time. We were waitressing at the same restaurant. Our artistic souls dying. We were like, what are we going to do? We started theater company. It's 18 years old. We've had 2 shows on Broadway this year. Adam is also a founding member of the theater company. And
I was just trying to date Katie, and she was starting the company, and I was like, I'll make a website for you guys. You know, fellas, you use what you got.
I like your style, man.
Yes. But I feel like I use my training every day. I mean, we did Waitress together, Adam and I, on Broadway. And I even doing this stuff, I hosted 3 different podcasts, but like working and having some sort of work ethic training, warm up, all those sort of things that are the things that get you through when you're sick. You guys know.
Yeah.
When you're tired.
Oh, yeah.
When you're cranky, like what are the things that you lock into? And that is your training for me. I'm also never not in class. Like I love acting class more than anything in the world.
Does that pour into, because there are certain things that I think having a musical training, I think is great for so many things in life. But I also think even if you're not going to pursue an onstage in front of the camera thing, any of these acting classes, because you're going to make a presentation in front of the company.
100%. There are so many kids that I went to that didn't quote unquote make it, which is so silly because I find that to be like a term that I don't know even what it means. But so many of those kids that didn't end up being professional actors and actresses are so successful in other things because our education really paved the way and is so usable for so many things.
Yeah, I took one acting class in my very short collegiate
I
career.
bet you were good.
No, but But what it did teach me was the first thing that the teacher did was made us step out of our comfort zone.
Sure.
And we had to touch each other's faces.
Good one. Good.
Yeah,
I always liked that exercise.
Yeah. and it was really weird because I didn't know any of these people.
Right.
I'd never done this before.
You have to
but
drop that.
I still will go back to that from time to time and think about being around people I don't know and stepping out of my comfort zone and just going for it.
It's so true. It is so true.
It's a great skill set.
What is so the Broadway stuff and Waitress?
Also, if you want to touch my face or whatever, we can do that.
Good. Touch away. Yeah.
It's great. I'll let you know.
I've been thinking about it
What'd
most
you
of this
say?
interview.
Yeah.
There's just something. The mechanism that is that live stage performing.
You're doing
And
8 shows a week.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Did that take an adjustment? Had you started in a lot of theater?
Waitress was a beast for us. I mean, we've done a lot of theater, but that 8-show-a-week Broadway schedule
it's
is
gotta be
grueling, and the
impressive.
people that do it, they are
They're the
practiced.
Olympians.
They're
in our
Olympians.
business.
They're like, they are like working at such a high level, and we're coming in from Hollywood, very bougie.
Very
like
bougie.
I remember we were in our first rehearsals. We had about 8 days to learn the whole show, which is a pretty fast turnaround.
Yeah.
And then I remember we were dancing and we were rehearsing, and I just wanted a little bit of water, and I'm like, "Yo, can I get some water?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, at the bottom of the building, there's some vending machines." And I was like, "Excuse me."
In Hollywood, when you ask for water, they say
the
room temp or cold, and they bring it with a straw to not mess
and like
up
a
your
little
lipstick.
pillow and a dome that they lift up and they present the water to you. And so we're
It's in a vending machine in the basement.
That's
what you
right.
mean.
And like part of it is because in Hollywood they yeah, exactly. That's us.
That's great.
That's so good. I love that. I part of that is because in Hollywood they do everything they can to keep an eye on you so they don't lose you.
Right.
So they're like,
That
no,
makes sense.
don't get the water. We'll
The
bring it
PAs
to
will
you.
go and get, and you actually, you want the PAs to keep their job. So
Yeah.
you get pretty good as an actress on a TV show being like, I think
could use a
I am
Coke.
pregnant, and I was pregnant twice on TV shows, but I think I do need pickles with hummus on the side. I'll chase it with a peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
Like, can you just get that for me? Thank you so much.
You guys got any of those?
Broadway, they're
tasty
like, hey,
cake
get the
crimpets?
hell out of here. It's so tough.
Yeah, Broadway. It's all you, but at the same time, it's there's a real trust there. Like Broadway, you have a show at 7:00. What time do you have to be?
They
at the
call
theater?
you at 7:30, a half hour.
A half hour for an 8:00 show. You have to be there at 7:30.
That's
That's
to
it.
me. I would be
It's so stressful.
We were like having heart attacks for those first couple weeks, and then you get used to it. But it's amazing that everybody shows up 30 minutes.
I
before
couldn't do that
curtain.
because
Wow.
I did stand up for a while, and I show up. I want to
wanna be there early.
I want to decompress.
Prepped.
Just to be in the area and just do that. Showing up a half hour before you're taking a Broadway stage,
And there's
no
thousands of
effing
people in
way.
the audience who've paid way top dollar to
Yeah,
see it.
yeah.
It's such a weird. The other thing about training that Broadway's so crazy is, I showed up with a scarf around my neck and like a personalized nebulizer or whatever, humidifier, keeping my,
steam.
I had a shared dressing room with a beautiful actress that was nominated for a Tony, Natasha, and I said to her, what's your, I want to give you your space, you give me my space, this is my vocal warm-up, like, I want to be prepared, I want to really protect my voice, 8 shows a week, and I said, what do you do, what do you need? And she said, I drink a Pepsi.
And Natasha will knock your socks off.
She's like Aretha Franklin. Like she can sing, wake up singing like Aretha Franklin. So they're just you get into the muscle memory of it. I have to say, by the end of our 150 millionth show that we did, I had turned into one of those broads where I could be out at a restaurant till 4 o'clock in the morning, screaming across loud music.
That is wild.
And you could hack it because, you do 1,000 crunches a day, every day. You get better and better and better at the muscle use of it.
Well, it's like the question we get: how do you guys wake up at this time? It's we have to.
Right,
It's
right.
what you
Exactly.
do.
That's what you do.
That's what you do.
I went and saw O'Mary on Broadway a couple weeks ago.
Oh, we love it.
Maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I went in with very little knowledge as to what was going to happen. I knew.
So did Cole.
Yeah, I know the basic premise, and I laughed for an hour and a half straight. It was unbelievably funny, and I saw it with Titus Burgess. It was
Titus.
I wanted to see that.
it was
I
incredible.
would love to go back and see with Titus.
Yeah, and I think his run ends in a few weeks. But Camille Nanjiani's going to come in, and somebody else is going to take the lead role. Anyway, I had forgotten how close you are in proximity to actual live person. I'm a movie guy. I'm not really a Broadway guy. Or I watch The Bear or whatever. And you're like, oh wait, that person is within striking distance. They're as close to me as Preston is to me right now. And I wanted to ask you guys about being on stage in the reverse, because I could feel the energy from the stage out into the audience. What do you guys feel from the audience to the stage?
Oh man,
It's the best.
it's the greatest thing ever. It's
the best,
such a high.
especially for someone like Adam, who's such a comedic genius. Like, and he was playing the comedic role in Waitress. That is so funny. It literally stops the plot in its tracks and gets like a standing
Some
O.
really
in the
funny
he has the
moments.
#1 song in the show. He's such a. I love you, but he was a jerk. Like, I had to do the first hour of the show pushing the plot upstage and, waitressing, and he gets to
And I'm
come in
just like
45 minutes and steal the entire thing. But talk about audience. I mean,
I'm like postmating sushi, shaving. I play a little NBA 2K. This is all while she's like getting the play going.
Yes.
You come in for the kill.
Yeah, and then I just come in for the kill.
But he works in audience. Like, that's what from stand up. Like,
Yeah.
you work in audience, and it's just a different.
And the audiences were different. Like it on Saturday nights, it feels like a Saturday night audience. Friday nights it feels that way, and then a Wednesday matinee feels like a Wednesday. I loved it. I kind of. It almost felt like the Saturday night audiences were like too easy. They were so psyched to be there.
Well, they've been drinking.
Well, you need that.
I
stuff.
loved a Wednesday matinee audience. I'm
challenge?
gonna turn this audience.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? We're gonna get this audience going. That was always a fun challenge.
Here's what I recommend to anybody going to see a show in New York City. Make sure you go grab some lunch at Ellen's Starlight Diner.
Oh, it's so great.
So
Classic.
you talk about, like, you have some of the most talented people in the world in New York City, not currently working on Broadway, and they work at Ellen's, and they all get up on the stage and sing. Like, it was so funny. Our waitress was waiting on us, and she was like, "Oh, hang on 1 second, that's my song." And then she went over and ran on the stage and did Hopelessly Devoted from Greece.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Just really, really amazing
That's
stuff.
awesome.
Yeah, everyone go there.
I have to ask a question concerning the show just quickly, because this is something we've talked about countless times. And if I don't ask someone who has proximity to this, Dermot Mulroney is on the show.
Yes.
How many times in your career have you confused him with Dylan McDermott?
We do that every day. We have had to check just through social media posts. I worked with him for 5.5 months.
Yeah.
And even still, Adam and I are like posting about the show. It's getting amazing reviews, and we're posting, and I'm trying to tag Dermot. And I'm like, oh gosh, is it Dylan McDermott or Dermot Mulroney? And oh my God.
Dylan Mulroney or Dermot McDoney. I mean, it's just, and it was so funny. I remember I was doing soft pretzels one day on the picket lines during the stream.
Yeah.
And Dermot and Dylan showed up.
No way.
Yeah, together as like a big press, like to rally the troops sort of thing,
They
as
were
a
like,
big
how
press
funny
thing,
would
because
it be
they've
if
been
we came
confused their whole career. They have been confused,
That's
their
hilarious.
names and their person. I mean, they're more similar than different, too. I mean, they're similar ages. Look
good-looking
kind of similar.
guys, yeah.
They're both good looking. They play, I think, similar parts. I mean, Dermot would probably kill me for saying that. I have no idea. I was.
Bill Pullman
I
and
still
Bill
do it.
Paxton had that.
Yeah.
I still have to ask myself which one died, which is a messed
I
up.
know, Bill. And the only reason we know Paxton is because Bill Pullman is Adam's cousin, and he's very much alive.
We saw Bill a couple days ago.
So wait a second. Then the other Pullman, who's in the Marvel universe,
Lewis.
He's my baby tiny
Cousin. We used to
2-year-old cousin who's now,
babysit
like,
him.
total rock star.
He's
Did you
doing
ask
great.
Bill about Spaceballs, the sequel coming up?
I am so excited about that sequel. Josh Gad is writing it. with the
Everyone
guys.
listening, cast Adam
Evil
Shapiro.
will always triumph because good is dumb. Yes.
got this yesterday.
That's a great shirt.
So great.
I'm so excited about that Spaceballs. I'm also like, while you guys are casting,
They better, I can say it, he doesn't have to, they better cast Adam Shapiro. in that movie.
let's
He
go.
knows the whole thing backwards and forwards. Bill
That's
and
my
Lewis
favorite
are our
movie of all
cousins. I
time.
don't know if they're going to be in it.
Pretzels.
No, Bill's
Wine
going
with
to be in it, and I
pretzels.
read that Lewis is going to be in it too.
Okay, and Adam Shapiro.
Yeah, come on, bring it. Let's just put it out here right now.
How
Yeah.
often with stuff that you want? Because you both have a lot of good stuff in
Thank
your
you.
careers, and you're moving along, and you deliver. You're both great.
Thank you.
But is it still, if you want something, if you're looking at something, you want to get it?
Yeah.
I mean, will you take the bull by the horns
Yes.
and place the call you want?
Adam doesn't, I do.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
very different in that way. Katie just gets the job
I'm like, who do we text?
Who do we call?
Adam likes to sit back, and if it, he's very like chill and positive. Like, if it's meant to be, it's going to happen. I'm like,
Who we call?
I'm looking at who's involved, who have I babysat for? Who have I waitress tables on? You know, like anything like that. Because
I mean, you were a co-star with Josh Gad in Frozen. You know, you could just
we got him that
Josh that role.
job.
Oh,
Adam did.
While we were doing the and trust me, Josh Gad is one of the funniest, most
He
talented
got
actors I've
himself
ever
the
worked
job.
with.
But if you read his book, he even says Adam Shapiro got me the job.
Yeah, we got a phone call that we were going to do a table read of what was then called Anna and the Snow Queen before it was changed to Frozen. And the casting director had hit us up on an email saying that the reading's tomorrow and there's a new character in this version of the movie, and it's a snowman, and he needs to have like a really unique voice and he can sing. And I was like, I just did a film with Josh Gad, and that dude is the funniest and specifically best table reader I've ever seen in my life. You should call Josh. So I put them on an email. Josh emails Disney and he's like, with me on it, he's like, my dream in life is to play a role in a Disney animated musical.
Oh, wow.
He goes in and absolutely
Demolished
It
it.
was like one of the best performances I've ever
They
seen.
actually rewrote the entire movie because it was called Anna and the Snow Queen. They were mother-daughter. They weren't sisters. It was a totally different script. The thing that stuck
was Josh
because of his performance was Josh
Olaf.
Gad as
you know,
Olaf.
Kudos to you guys for not being covetous. Of
Oh,
of
no.
things.
I mean, in hindsight, I probably should have said I should play the freaking
Also, their
snowman.
agent, you don't even want to know, like, it's out there what they get paid for that movie, and
That's
his
how much
agent is getting 10% of that. I'm like, dude, we could put our whole kids through
I know.
college.
That's how I feel. That's how much I loved Josh Gad.
We
I thought
love
of him
him.
before myself. But I will say,
He's the
then
best.
Josh created a show called 1600 Penn, which is a sitcom on NBC about the White
DC,
House.
yeah.
He then called me and was like, "Hey, we want Bill Pullman to play the president," and so I hooked him up with Bill, and then they cast me in that show. So that was my first show that I was.
That's
in, like,
how that
every
came
episode.
about.
Spaceballs.
Let's go.
Katie, besides the craft and learning what you need to do to be an actor, obviously, you know, networking, contacting, talking to people, staying out there in front of them. Is that taught, or or do you just learn? You pick that up when you get thrown to the wolves?
Yeah, it's definitely not taught, and everybody has a different
approach,
style, skill set. Some very successful actors are wildly uncomfortable with it and can't do it. So there really isn't a way that's right or wrong or works or doesn't work. What Adam and I have found is anything that's just authentically you is probably the best, because you just really want to do whatever makes it so you can put your head on the pillow at night. You know what I mean? Like I used to
use
wait.
that phrase all the time.
Oh, you
we
do?
use that phrase all the time in the show. When your head hits the pillow at night, you haven't hurt anyone.
Yes.
You try, a handshake meant something. That's right. And that's what you do.
That's right.
And we feel like if we create authentic relationships with people we really like in Hollywood, that's easy. And then if it just so happens that
they have something that's right for us. Like, who wouldn't want Adam Shapiro on set? He's positive, he's lovely, he's talented.
For Spaceballs.
For Spaceballs. But then, I used to waitress at this restaurant where my best friend, who's wildly talented and successful in her own right, but like I used to come home so upset because she would write her real, her website down on like everyone's receipt. And it worked for her.
Yeah.
She got like a major recurring on a huge TV show at the time
By,
from
like, just
by
sliding
David
in
Goyer,
her-
who like created Batman and all this. And that didn't feel right to me. Like I couldn't cross that line. But then, I would never have a problem now at this point texting somebody I know that's working on something, saying like, hey, so it just really depends on what feels good to you. And again, what makes you put your head on the
I will
pillow.
say I did that this year though, or the last 3 years, because so we do pretzels for the Oscars, and we talked about
yes,
this.
you did.
And I put these pretzels under all the seats. It's 5,000 pretzels for the Oscars, and on the bag, the Shappy pretzel bag, there's a little note from Jimmy Kimmel, or this year Conan O'Brien, with a little Oscar statue on it, and on the back there's a QR code which just takes you straight to my acting demo reel.
That's great.
Oh yeah.
And the first year,
That's brilliant. That's
the
brilliant.
first year Steven Spielberg had the Fablemans, and Adam, it took you to a link where Adam was like, "Hey, Steven,
Hey, Steven.
this is my demo reel.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not sure if there's a Fablemans too, but I'm available. I'm interested.
Enjoy the pretzel.
See, that's
pretzel.
hustle. Who was the guy who was doing pizza delivery and had his...
Oh, Big Mama's and Papa's Pizza. Remember, he came on. That was when Ellen hosted the Oscars.
That had to be...
that made him huge.
Huge.
Yeah, I think it's a little
good
combo.
pizza. I
of
like
both.
that
I
pizza
think
place.
it also has to be sort of sweet and genuine,
Yes.
and not ham-handed.
Yes.
And then that'll happen. But the thing is that you guys are, here just hanging out with you. You're very real, and I think people can connect to that.
Katie's the realest.
She's the realest, man. So now that you're on this pause, when does it wrap up? When are you back to work?
Yeah, when are we back to work, Katie? This has been a long road trip.
Yeah, this has been a long road trip. Well,
How many miles on that rental car?
A lot.
They don't want that rental car
We
back.
have a lot of things in the works right now. We're also trying to
Make some our own shows.
Yeah,
We got
like
some
we're
of that going
working
on.
really hard on the development side of things. Like I think, look, I love showing up on anyone's set and being an actor for sure. But I think there's, we're in our 40s now, guys. So we're trying to also
be a boss.
Yeah, be like move into be in things that you're also the executive producer or you're there from the start developing. So I'm developing a TV show right now. We're developing an animated show right now. I'm trying to write a book right now. We're doing a bunch of things.
And we created a show a bunch of years ago about because we met as nannies. I was nannying a family. Katie was nannying a family. They were best friends.
Yeah.
It was like we were thrown right into
They already did the nanny.
Yeah.
And,
that's
we
cool.
did a TV show with ABC about our nanny experience in Hollywood, and
we want to get back to things like that.
Is the theater company good training for this?
Huge. The theater company is amazing just because it feels like the best give back ever. We've been around for 18 years, like I said, and we foster so many emerging playwrights. We make sure that artists get paid, playwrights get to develop their work. We get to really, and it is good. Adam and I we've worked together for a long time. We're good at it.
Imagine if you give an opportunity to the future David Mamet.
That's what I'm saying.
Who remembers
then
you?
cast us.
Right, yeah.
I'm telling you.
You know what? It must feel great that people hate how great you guys are together. Do you know what I mean? Like people see you guys and they go,
Most people at our wedding broke up.
Oh, really?
When we look at our wedding album, we're like, oy vey.
I was like, oh my God, I think like 9 people broke up after our wedding.
They saw our vows and they were like, oh shoot, we don't got it. And
This isn't
they
us.
broke up.
But they're all happily married.
With other people. We'll see.
Yeah, everybody's happily married.
Well, you guys have to stay together. For the universe to make sense, you need to stay together forever. So.
We'll try to do that.
Yeah, we're going to try.
Yeah, we're going to try because I want, we've been married how many years?
We've been married for 13. We've been together for 19.
I'm saying 13 more.
Yeah.
13, 26 total.
Yeah.
Boom. 26. Then it's done.
Have the kids hold up the fingers how much longer they want you to be.
Yeah. The kiddies out there.
All right, we got to wrap things up, but I know. Well, we have an amazing musician who's coming in next.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jeff Coffin. He plays saxophone for Dave Matthews Band.
Whoa!
And they're playing tonight in Camden, New Jersey.
Camden?
Yeah,
Should we do
tonight
that?
and
Katie,
tomorrow
should we
night.
go to
You guys want to go? I'm going both nights. We can hang out if you want.
Wow.
We should go tomorrow.
Or you could go see my daughter in Something Rotten at Summer Stage at Upper
That's
Darby High School.
At Upper Darby High School, something
Yeah.
rotten?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Great
so
show.
Do that
Opening night
tonight and then Dave tomorrow night.
That's right.
Are you guys DMB fans?
Oh,
Yeah.
Dave Matthews?
Yeah.
I have seen 100,000 Dave Matthews. I mean, I grew up in Long Island. That means every date and boyfriend I ever had we went to Dave Matthews concerts at Jones Beach, rinse, repeat, all the time.
Jones Beach.
Jones Beach.
Jones Beach
That's
Theater.
it. That's
That was my
it.
theater.
That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
We've gotten some good shows in this summer.
Oh, yeah, we have.
We just saw Dawes in New York. It was an
Oh,
amazing
nice.
show.
We saw
Amazing
Jaws. Is that what the one concert? I feel like we saw more. I don't even know. Oh, we saw. We went and took our kids to their first concert last year in Charlotte. We took them to Maroon 5
last year.
Yes.
It's a good first concert
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
for kids.
Oh, it was
Nice.
so great. Oh, we went backstage because
Did the whole thing.
Adam Levine's been a friend of Adam's for a long time. Of course. And
Adam's-
we have to keep explaining to our children that this isn't real life because they need to be like normal.
Right.
But we went backstage. We got the whole police escort out following their bus with going through red stoplights and cops. So
That
we didn't have
was
to
cool. I
like
never had
fight
an
to get out
escort
of the
before.
parking lot, any of that. And we look at our children, we're like, this is not normal.
It was funny having cops escorting us out of the concert. Normally, I'm avoiding the cops. This was incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I want to remind people that several things. Shappy's Pretzels can be delivered nationwide.
Goldbelly.
Goldbelly,
If you want to order those through Goldbelly, absolutely, and you get a taste of Philly in LA style. But Adam, obviously, The Bear, if you haven't gotten caught up and wrapped up on that, that's available on Hulu. But right now, mainly talking about and promoting The Hunting Wives. And that just started streaming on Netflix this week.
It's good.
So you can now get that, and they're both in that together. And you guys are just amazing people. We love having you here.
Thank you.
So much
You have to come back
Anytime.
when you have the opportunity.
Anytime.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Thanks for being here.
Preston,
Legends.
Steve Show.
Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowe.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Good luck with everything. All right, we are going to take a break. He put in a go birds there. Yep. We are going to take a break. Come back in a second. As I said, Jeff Coffin with Dave Matthews Band here in our studio next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Really, they were pretty stringent because she went on Weight Watchers like when it first started out, and she ate liver, on Wednesdays. She had, fish on Fridays. Blah, blah. It was like this. It was like the same schedule all the time.
Okay.
I hated eating at home. I used to always call my friend, like, does your mom have stovetop stuffing? I'm coming.
That's when you're like, I'm going to live high on the hog. I'm going to have stovetop stuffing.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It's like Larry's mom had liver, too. I'm out of here. Yeah, it was gross.
All right. Thanks, Eleanor. Oh, my God. That's funny. All right. Let's go to Tina, who had a ritual. Hi, Tina. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh. I'm so excited. I'm such a fan.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Is this your first time on with us?
This is my first time on, and this is crazy because my husband was on last week. He was a GM for Wawa, and he called.
I remember.
Talking about the batteries.
He gave us very usable information.
And that's so funny. So it's like 2 for 1.
All right. So what have you been eating, and how long have you been eating it?
So for about 15 years, I've been eating Quaker oatmeal, the instant cups. And it does, I think, go to, I'm an elementary school teacher, and for years I was a cereal eater, and we have 4 kids, so there's not enough time in the morning to eat a bowl of cereal. So it was like, this is quick and easy. I'll throw the little oatmeal cup in, and that's what I've been doing now. Every day, my students love it. They laugh. Sometimes they'll come in and be like, "Oh my gosh, it smells like syrup. Were you having, maple and brown sugar?" Or they'll try to guess, like based on the sense of the room. But it's totally a teacher. I think it's a teacher thing.
I think you're right. Yeah, I love oatmeal in the morning, and I used to do instant oatmeal for the first 6 or 7 years in radio. That do the same thing, and I had my same bowl that I'd use, clean it out, and that another ritual.
14 years without deviation, though. That's 15 years, you said.
Yes, well, our oldest is 14. So, yes, I would say about 15, about 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
nice.
Oh, my gosh, I love you guys.
Oh, thank you, Tina. Thanks for coming on. We're so happy you called in. I wonder, if you have a regular eating habit like that, and it's just for decades that's going on, that if you were to change it up, if it would mess with your system at all.
Yes.
I remember, I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve, but when Casey, when you went vegetarian for a while, maybe this is a different animal.
Yeah.
And then you had a hamburger, and didn't you throw up right after that?
So there was probably a little bit of hangover involved in that throw up as well.
I didn't know that.
It wasn't just the meat.
It wasn't, no. So it was.
What the hell is in that hamburger?
It was graduation weekend, and my friend had worked at a not a convenience store, but a fast food chain. Brought a whole bag of stuff, and I went to town. And I was really, really hungover that day, and I ate it, and I ended up throwing up out the window of my room.
If you do consistently take in a type of food at a certain time, you can jar your system. And I used to do it when I was like doing a lot more like powerlifting and stuff like that. I'm going to have this now, and it's going to rock my system. Yeah. It's just to flush your system, sort of, and your body goes, "What the hell is this?"
Right.
And it does happen.
I will go to Jeremy. There's a term here I've never heard before that he wants to use. Hi, Jeremy. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning, buddy. All right, so this is your wife who has a regular, everyday thing to eat.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
For easily over 5 years, she wakes up, has a bowl of cereal, which has to be Cheerios.
Okay.
And then at lunch, she has road tuna. That's what she calls it.
Road tuna. Okay,
she keeps it in her car. It's just like a package of 5 crackers and tuna.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what time of year. She keeps that in her car, which is gross.
Yes, summertime.
Tuna in the car?
Yeah.
So does she use the cans or the packs of tuna?
So it comes in in a little pack. It has 5 crackers in a package, and then a little tiny can of tuna.
Oh, a little can of tuna. Okay, all right, road tuna.
I dig this the packs, and they have buffalo.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different flavors.
I love
you can
those.
get like Italian
Yeah.
or lemon and pepper.
Man, they're good.
Interesting, Jeremy.
Road tuna, I love that.
I'm not familiar. That could be a band name. Road tuna. I'll consider that. Thank you. Let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning, sir. Gadzooks, my man. All right, so there's something that you've ritualistically eaten for years, right?
So I wasn't completely honest on the phone.
Okay.
Because I was kind of embarrassed by it. But hearing other people, I guess I'll admit it. I've been eating cheese pizza for 30 years.
30 years.
So I'm 36. It started when I was in kindergarten. That's all I would eat for lunch. And the kids knew me as Pizza Joe. So,
Oh, my God.
if anybody's listening, yeah, Pizza Joe still eats
Pizza Joe's still around.
Pizza
Joe. And he's still eating pizza. So this is every day without fail.
Yeah, so I obviously I work now. I just eat pizza in my car. There's probably nobody has seen me not eat pizza. I'm a large man.
You're a large man. All right, Joe, are you?
I know I need to stop. I tried to stop and literally had like panic attacks from I need my pizza. Like,
oh my God,
It's been your friend since kindergarten.
All right, couple of questions here, Joe. Does it matter where you get the pizza from? Who makes it?
No, just as long as there's cheese, no topping.
Okay. Does it bother you that you have this kind of this compulsion, this chain to eat only cheese pizza?
It did, and then everything else in the world. I just went, you know what? I'm eating pizza and living life.
All right. You still like it?
Yeah, but
wait, Joe, do you still like it as much as you always have?
Yeah, sometimes I'm eating it though, and I'm just looking like, what the hell am I doing?
Okay, all right, interesting.
Pizza's the one thing I can see, like, it's always good. And even when it's not that good, it's still pretty good, as they say. So pizza, and also the different types of pizza. But you said 30 some odd years, Joe?
36 years. Yeah.
36 years.
Well, no, I guess that wouldn't be right, because I started at 6 and I'm 36.
Okay, so about.
Listen, and I'm really going to recommend this. If this really bothers you, you need to You need to reach out to Dr. Rosenpenis, Dr. Rosenberg. Sorry, Rosenbaum. I always said.
We're so used to penis.
We are used to penis.
Our hypnotist, and maybe he can help you out.
Maybe. If I could do a quick story. When I was in school, the cafeteria, would have pizza. So on the card one day, it said pizza was for lunch. So I didn't bring my pizza in, and it wasn't pizza that day. It was like hot dogs.
Oh, no.
What happened?
This was 6th grade, so I broke down crying. And you'd think like kids would make fun of me, but they were like super supportive kids. They were like, well, yeah, it's Pizza Joe. You didn't get pizza for Pizza Joe?
They knew you as Pizza Joe, and they rallied. Kids who can be very cruel rallied to your support.
So I literally just ate the hot dog buns.
Oh, my God.
The closest thing to pizza
With
you can get.
ketchup on them.
Joe, I feel terrible for you, man. That's actually a little bit traumatizing.
Yeah, I have to talk to a hypnotist.
Hey,
Hang on, though.
Would it be wild if Dr. Rosenpenis, though,
Yeah.
changes it to calzones every day?
Right.
But Joe, like a different version of pizza.
Joe, do you only eat pizza? That's all you eat?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That's all.
Okay, so besides the lunch meal, your dinner
is pizza too?
If I go out to like somebody like offers me out to dinner or something, I will stomach something else, but like I'll get the smallest portion because I don't want to eat it.
Okay,
Oh
all right.
This is like going back to like being a parent and not letting your kid have pizza and chicken nuggets and like making them eat their vegetables.
I mean, I love my parents, but that's literally what it was I was a picky eater, and they said, well, he eats pizza and cheese, and it's just been that for years.
I know the parents will sometimes, and you're advised to sort of acquiesce. And maybe, guys, you have kids, I don't. But like I said, my neighbor over in Manayunk, her daughter ate Go-Gurt and chicken nuggets.
Yeah,
That
you
was
can't
it
really
for years.
force stuff on kids. I mean, listen, if it tastes bad, it tastes bad to them, By the way, Joe, Marissa wrote down this question. Are pizza Lunchables acceptable?
That's disgusting. Get out of here.
It's an aberration. I love the story of Pizza Joe.
I feel a little bad for you, bud.
Yeah.
Hang on a second here, Nick.
Joe, I mean, like, do you feel like you're missing out? Because pizza is wonderful. There's no doubt about it. But like, there's a lot of other great foods out there.
I guess I am missing out.
Let me, for you, Joe, there are so many different types of pizza and ways to prepare pizza that you could kind of exist in that realm if you were to perhaps.
Who's been performing with Dave Matthews Band for years and years now and is an amazing musician and a fascinating person all the way around. We had a conversation with him a little while back in our studio. It was wonderful. And we're like, hey, man, if band comes back to town, we got to get him in again. Of course, he's available in here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff Coffin is joining us today.
There was much rejoicing.
Nice to see you again, my friend.
Nice to see you too.
How are you, man?
I'm doing great.
Excellent.
Doing great.
I mentioned, it's a hot summer night tonight, calling for a sweaty evening.
Yeah.
How does that affect you guys? I mean, by the time you get on, things have cooled off a little bit, but
Yeah, a little bit. Once the sun goes down, it's all right.
Yeah.
The funny thing is when it's hot, and they're scoring it. They usually use a saxophone, for the
kind of the sultry, kind of hot, kind of sultry, sexy.
Right?
Kinda,
yeah. That's that's perfect music, And
Absolutely.
Dave Matthews works for a hot, sultry night, I think, right?
Absolutely. Even if it's cold out, it still works.
Yeah.
Because it eventually gets hot and steamy.
Well, it's because the Dave Matthews Band has become a summertime tradition here in Philadelphia. That's when the shows land here in the summertime. So for people like Nick, who never, ever, ever misses it and is kind of a
nerd.
Well, not just a nerd, but you use this like as a gathering of friends as well for this event, right?
It's an excuse. I mean, so I have a bunch of friends coming in from out of town, and it's not just an excuse for me. One of the things that I love about the band is an excuse for a lot of people. A lot of people are tuning in this morning, Jeff, because you're here, and this DMB community, I've really seen it grow over the last 5-10 years. Instagram has been a really great catalyst for that.
Sure.
So it's people come to Camden because these are the last two shows of this leg. So there's reasons to that. People were up in New Hampshire, where you guys were earlier in this week. It's an excuse to get people together and to celebrate, which I love. I think it's a really cool thing. And I don't know if the band notices as much as we do, but I love seeing that support and the positive nature of that community.
Yeah, certainly. I think the band does recognize that. And, we see a lot of the same people coming out also in different places. And it's great. It's a wonderful community. It's a family of people. The band's been together for 34 years. I've been with them 17 now.
Wow.
Which is hard to believe. But we love it, man. We love the fans, playing for nobody. That sucks.
Well, you can recognize. I always wondered about being on the other end of a band. You talk about obviously people who follow the Dead or Fish or any band that elicits that kind of response where people will travel. And can you from the stage go, oh, I know that guy?
Sure, yeah. I mean, there's people. I talked to somebody yesterday that had been to 200 shows. I saw someone one time with a sign that says 500 shows.
Wow.
I mean, it's, to me, that's insane. Like I would, I don't even think I've seen my wife 500 times.
There's a guy I become friendly with, and
who may be listening. Hi, sweetie, I love you. See you in a couple of days.
There's a guy named DJ Nicky No Pants, and I love this dude. He's
wait, how do you get his name?
He's a DJ, and he does not like wearing pants.
Okay.
All right.
But he's a recognizable guy, and he's a huge MMR fan. He's a huge Preston and Steve fan, and he's also a really dedicated Dave Matthews Band fan. So much so that he tries to get Pitt to as many shows as possible.
Yeah.
And not only does he get Pitt, he likes being on a specific side of where Dave stands, so that he can look up at him and then be on the buddy side of the stage. Like there are levels to Dave Matthews Band fans,
right?
And some people take it to extreme levels.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's specific places people want to be. They know what time to get there. This, that, the other thing, and those are Uber fans, and it's they're all over the place. Yeah.
Jeff,
it's great.
You mentioned, playing for no one, and I don't want to say this is
You were there?
Yeah, I was one of the guys who was there.
You had one guy there.
But it's not the same as playing for no one, but you play in tons of groups. You have like 20 some odd different projects that are going on. And I've seen video of you in very small clubs, jamming with great musicians.
Yeah.
How does that differ from the gigantic, audiences that are revved up and they're really into it, to the small club intimate setting for you as a musician? How
well, for me, the smaller clubs are scarier.
Okay.
Because it's everything is more exposed.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a club in Nashville called Rudy's Jazz Room that's really great that has been there for a few years now, named after Rudy Wooten, one of the Wooten brothers. He was a saxophone player, passed a number of years back. I know you guys have had the Wooten brothers on.
Yeah, love them.
And so it's about a 75, 80 person club. And it's very, the front seat is about 2.5 feet from my bell.
Wow.
And I always apologize. I'm like, you're going to get an earful of the horn tonight.
Yeah.
And so it's a little scarier again because it's more intimate. But for me, when there's 15 or 20,000 people, it's kind of anonymous in a strange way.
Yeah.
And so the energy is completely different.
I always think of that the Ryan Gosling in La La Land. He has the opportunity to play with the big, the
touring group and everything. Yeah.
And where his sensibilities end up is, I want to be in a jazz club because that speaks to him,
Yeah. I mean, I love both of them, quite honestly. And so there's so many parts of music also. That's, the dream is to like play for as many people as possible, of course, to try to reach people and to feel that energy, to reciprocate that energy. My goal at the end of every night is to feel like I've been in the audience and I want the audience to feel like they've been on stage. And that's one of the reasons I take the photos I do also. I always take stage photos of the audience and post them, different backstage stuff too that I put on my Instagram. And so I want them to see our view, right? Because I understand what they're looking at, but they don't understand all the time is like what we see, just
what you're seeing,
sea of people, this vast amount of beautiful humanity who are there to listen to us, which is really overwhelming, and we're so grateful.
It's funny when you take, there are a couple things that happen in that dynamic, and basically you're just basically turning the camera around.
Yeah.
But I remember the first time I ever went up on stage, to perform, and it's like, oh my, everything is so disorienting, and you have no idea. And then we'll do our MMRBQ with the bands up on stage and bringing various bands up on stage, and to see the crowd that way, being on the field of a stadium that's full, it's like it is jarring. So, but I thought it's interesting for you to say you feel a sense of anonymity with that many people.
Yeah,
and that's comforting in a way.
Kind of, because you can screw up and not anybody really notices.
That's the way. That's the way, yeah.
Yeah, you'd think it would be the opposite of that, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But I guess in an intimate setting also, like it's easier to lock eyes with somebody who's like right close to you.
Sure. Yeah, and that's the other part of it too, is that, you're not really locking eyes so much in that situation. I sometimes have, I'll have friends come out to the shows, and every now and then I'll be able to find them in the audience, and which is really nice. And
that is cool.
My mom was at the shows in Guilford the other night. I think she's working in her garden this morning or doing something or other. But hey, Connie, love you too. And but she was out for the couple of shows in Guilford, New Hampshire, standing side stage and hanging out. And she's just the best, man. She's a great hang and loves coming out, the energy of the band. And so, having family and friends come out, that for me, that's really the greatest.
Was there a point at which that terrified you to have family and friends come out? When you kind of find your legs?
Like the other day in Guilford.
It's your mom. You're still playing in front of your mom.
She brought carrot cake, which apparently was a big hit.
Hey, I have an odd question for you because we were talking about it being hot out, and sometimes the elements can be an interesting factor when you're a musician playing on stage. Has a gust of wind ever come up and blown part of your beard into your mouth and gotten in the way of your mouthpiece?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes the wind will get in the way of the flute because I'm trying to push air out.
Yes.
Over the hole in the flute,
and it's coming across.
And it's coming across.
Jeff's really trying something new tonight. What is that?
Never sounded better.
I wanted to play a little bit of one of your groups. Last time you were here, you were promoting a project that had it was like 50 different musicians on
there
it.
were 42 musicians on that.
Wow, it was crazy.
Yeah. Only the Horizon, that record.
But this is the Wild Iris Brass Band.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this. It's this cool New Orleans feel to this brass group.
Yeah, this record drops today.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. Listen to that. Here in Philadelphia right now, I guarantee you there are people strutting as we speak while we're playing this. How many people in this ensemble?
Good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 7 of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like
bigger.
20.
Yeah. My wife also plays tambourine in this band, which is great.
Oh, yeah. Is this the a theme of the entire album? This kind of
It's all
New Orleans?
different. I mean, it's all original material. So it's pulling from New Orleans. It's pulling from, Eastern Europe. It's pulling from, Southern roots, Nashville Americana roots. We also do Dolly Parton's 9 to 5.
Shut up.
It's the only cover on it. It's the second track if you want to play it.
Oh,
it's
my
killing.
God.
We got to hear that.
It's killing.
Marissa, if you wouldn't mind digging that up, I would like to hear some of that.
So there's a couple of we do a little bit of group vocal stuff also.
Huh.
And so yeah, it came. It's a funny story. It came about. A dear friend of mine was turning 50 during the pandemic, and he was super bummed. He said, I always thought I'd be in New Orleans having a coffee, listening to a brass band on my 50th. And I thought to myself, that's exactly what's going to happen. So I called a bunch of friends of mine. I said, Granger's turning 50. I said, we got to do this. And so I didn't tell him, but he was kind of in my pod during the pandemic, and we would hang a lot. And so I said, well, let's have breakfast on your birthday. And I said, when we get there, just come out and grab a couple of things. So called the band, and we met down the street. We'd rehearsed a couple of times. And so I called him. I said, hey, I'm just about to roll up. Come on out and give me ham some stuff. So as soon as he comes out, we're parked in his front yard. The whole band is there.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we started playing. He sent me a video this morning, actually, of the very first time we ever played together. And I told Ray Mason, the guy I co-founded and co-lead the band with, I said, we got to do this some more. And so he and I started writing material, and I do a lot of composition. So I had written a bunch of material for the band. He brought some stuff in, and we recorded it in my studio above my garage. And it releases today. It's called Way Up, the Wild Hours Brass Band on Ear Up Records.
I love it.
I love that sound. Yeah, it's very cool. It is a full sound, and I love horns to begin with. But I have to ask you, and is this confirm or deny? I'll pose it this way: you originally wanted to be a drummer.
I did. I wanted to play the drums. Yeah, I've always been. I think we're all attracted to it. You guys have that little set out there that the kids were playing, and I was just thinking, man, like what that brings out in people, what rhythm brings out in people is fantastic. It's like a primitive DNA in all of us.
Yeah,
it's something that we all feel. Even if someone has no rhythm, they still feel a rhythm. And
your heartbeat inherently, right? But you were directed to the saxophone simply by suggestion. Someone said, we need this.
Yeah, my band director, Arthur Lagasse, said, well, what about the saxophone? I was like, okay.
That's wild.
And, I never really thought about it before that point.
Interesting thing about the drums, and I said this on the air not that long ago because Chris Hemsworth had received a challenge. It's a new reality show that he's doing. So, he plays Thor. And it was Ed Sheeran had challenged him to learn to play drums and to come to a concert and play on one of the songs. So he did it. And I was telling these guys, the great thing about drums and percussion is that you can get to a basic level of performance pretty quickly. It's not that difficult to learn. It's advancing once you get to a certain plateau that is the hard part of that. I suggest everybody try playing drums. It is such a fun instrument.
It would make the world a lot louder.
It would.
I would say not the same, though.
It goes up to 11.
Not the same learning curve for the sax, though.
Oh, the saxophone is maybe the most difficult instrument in the world to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbeknownst to many people. Way harder than the trumpet.
My son plays.
Way harder.
And he's a senior. He graduated from high school, and I've asked him if he wants to continue to play in college. And he's pretty good. He's in the the high school band and whatever. But those early years where the practicing was happening, that's challenging as a parent.
Sure. That's why you practice in the shed.
That's right.
That's why they call it the shed, because that's where you send the kids to practice.
Why don't you go outside for a little bit, buddy? Practice out that way.
I don't know. I kind of took to it pretty easily.
Yeah, you played pretty well?
Yeah. When I was in high school, I was in the play, and I would hang out with the band kids, and they would let me play on their saxophone. I could play the opening theme to The Muppet Show.
Nice.
Really? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I still play that sometimes, by the way.
Do you really?
Everybody.
What one instrument do you think the saxophone pairs with best?
Oh, what one instrument? It pairs great with trumpet.
Okay.
I think that that the brass and the woodwinds really mesh well together. Guitar also, depending on the guitar player.
Okay.
We had the David we were just playing yesterday for a bit. Lethal Weapon, yeah, David Sanborn and Eric Clapton. You know, and that became sort of that action movie default soundtrack.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, David Sanborn sounded like no other.
Yeah.
I mean, this, and then they all copied it. You know? Yeah. There you go.
There's a guitar. That's Clapton?
Yeah, that's Clapton. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so you know, it pairs well with vocals also.
Yeah.
Like I tend to think of the saxophone as kind of being a vocal instrument also. I'm very enamored by vocalists, especially people like Aretha and Marvin Gaye and all that. You know, the real soulful kind of thing, and so I'm trying to emulate that sometimes. But I also like the powerhouse. Like I always tend to lock in with drummers also. Again, talking about that rhythmic aspect of things, and. So, you know, being an improvising musician, you get to kind of dig into these different corners, and these influences will come out in all sorts of different ways.
Do you have a favorite to play, meaning soprano, alto, tenor,
I'd say tenor and soprano.
Okay.
I love the Barry also because it's that deep, like really punchy kind of bottom of the sound.
One of the great examples, Casey, do you have the Uma Thurman? The Monsters?
Yeah.
That's about as... I mean...
Right,
yeah,
that's it.
It's
That's
so cool.
I'm curious to see what your algorithm looks like for Instagram because Preston and I, we have similar algorithms, and he showed me, he sent me one the other day of this marching band.
Oh, no, it was the Blue Devils. And,
yeah.
And they were doing this dynamic exercise that was just
insane.
like you could not... It didn't seem real, what they were doing. But so, yeah, I send stuff like that to Casey. We swap stuff around like that all the time.
Yeah.
Are you active on Instagram, and do you get a lot of music videos sent your way?
Yeah, I do a lot of DMB photos, like backstage and crowd shots and different kinds of things. I do a lot of photography, so you know sometimes if I'm in the city, I'll do kind of street photography also. Just kind of walking and snapping as I'm going.
Oh, wow. Nick's pulling up the pictures. These are fantastic.
No, thanks.
Thanks. I'm going to sign up for that right now.
These are, when did you get into it? When did you get it? How long have you
into
been
photography?
Yeah.
When I was with the Flecktones, with Bela Fleck, there was a photographer who lives in New York named Greg Kessler. And he had won some Kodak something or other, and they had given him a digital camera. And so he was moving into a higher-end digital camera. This is when they had just first started.
Just came out, yeah.
And so he said, do you want this one? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I would just ask him all these questions and I took a lot of really terrible photos for a long time. But then we were with, the Flecktones were on Sony Records, and Sony was giving us cameras to take photos for an upcoming record. So I remember this very clearly, a Sony 717, had a Zeiss lens that was probably 5 inches long.
Right.
And I remember the day that I stuck it in a flower and took a shot, and my world changed.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because
macro photography, I lost my mind.
Cool.
So I got into I dabbled when I was in college, and then a long hiatus, and then I got the mirrorless, a digital mirrorless Sony, and then all that stuff that they tell you, it's about the glass, it's about the lens, it's about all that stuff. We've had a number of musicians on the show who have embraced photography, and it's a way to express it. But when you do have that moment, and I've kind of had a few right now, nowhere near your level, where you take a picture and you go, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I found that whereas it wouldn't be the same, and I've said this many times on air, using the camera phone, the camera in your phone is not the same as actually taking the time to look through an actual camera. It actually helps you appreciate things more.
True.
Yeah.
Scrolling through your photos for the other night, Jeff, from the New Hampshire, I wanted to, because Adam Ray, the comedian, was there. Joe Lawler hopped on stage. Adam, he's an okay guy.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, he's all right. And Adam was going to try to be on with us this morning. He's actually going to be in Montreal this weekend, but he's a huge fan of Dave Matthews Band. He's kind of a fan, I guess, of Jeff Coffin. But we've gotten to know Adam a little bit over the years, and so he had to reschedule, but he did send us a message, and I believe we have the audio of that.
Casey's got to find that, or Marissa's got to send that over, so I will get that over.
Yeah. Adam drove back on the bus with us to Boston the other night, then drove up, it's like the buses are Ubers now, apparently, for comedians. So if there are any comedians that want to come to the shows, let us know and come up on the bus. We'll pick you up wherever you are. Yeah, it's great. Tip not included.
While we wait for that clip to come over, can we listen to the 9 to 5? From,
Oh, yeah. This is Wild Iris Brass Band. If you're just tuning in, Jeff Coffin is in town to play with Dave Matthews Band tonight. But we're also talking about his project, the Wild Iris Brass Band. And so this is their version of 9 to 5. What's that?
There's an auction happening for a choir down in South Africa.
Okay.
That we're raising money for, called Tonda Choir.
Okay.
And so there's a signed guitar from the band, a couple of signed hi-hats from Carter Sticks. I've got a bunch of photos. Our other band photographers, Sanjay Suchek and Rodrigo Simas, have some photos also.
Okay.
I've got a copy of the vinyl for Only the Horizon and my children's book. And there's a Chick-a-Pig game also that's happening.
That's charityauctionstoday.com. And you want to do a search for Tonda Choir Charity Auction. Tonda is spelled T-H-A-N-D-A. But we'll put it up on our social media accounts as well. Charityauctionstoday.com and then Tonda, T-H-A-N-D-A choir-charity-auction. But all that information and all the things that Jeff just listed are available there.
Excellent. We're going to get that clip from Adam in a second. Since Adam's such a funny guy, I wanted to ask a question about something funny concerning Dave Matthews Band. I want to see if you've ever seen this happen before or not, but Nick had showed me this years ago, and I love this about Dave. Dave and his friend, I don't know who it is, for years have they have a tradition where one will full on smack the other one in the face without knowing it's going to happen. It could happen at any moment. I guess it's like a game on thing. And it is a montage. It is a scream to see this happen, and I love that they do that. Have you ever witnessed this before in person?
Yeah, it's Brian Calhoun who has Rockbridge guitars. He's the luthier. He makes Rockbridge guitars.
Okay.
And he and Dave also invented this game called Chick-a-Pig, which is a board game.
Okay.
And it's a very funny board game. And
we're watching them slap
they're out of
each
their
other.
minds.
Yeah, yeah.
They're out of their minds. I think that stopped. I think someone's eardrum got hurt or something. And
because I one day, Nick, do you remember I did it to you?
Yeah,
that was like 6 months ago. I didn't know if you'd forgotten about that or not.
No.
Oh, okay.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Gotcha.
So it'll come back up. But Brian's guitars, for Rockbridge Guitars, if you're a Dave Matthews Band fan, you probably know they're based out of Charlottesville, right?
Yeah.
And Brian,
brilliant.
He is. He's an incredible musician in his own right, and he's been supplying Dave with guitars for a long, long time. But you can go to Rockbridge Guitars if you ever visit. If you ever visit Charlottesville.
Sorry, there's a video scrolling. Brian was getting a shiatsu massage. He lifts his head up from the face thing, and Dave just walks over. And I mean, full on.
Falls out of the chair.
Right in the face and knocks him out of the chair. All right, we have the clip from Adam Ray for you, Jeff. Here we go.
Well, hey there, Dr. Phil here. And when I'm lying in bed, which I'm doing right now, spooning a pillow with Jeff Coffin's face on it because I haven't actually met him live in the flesh, but I have watched him sleep on his ring cam too soon. We all need something to look forward to. Maybe you're traveling to Kuwait to see a Katy Perry cover band, or maybe you're playing Xbox Live against some fat kid in Vietnam. I do love that Jeff is bald. I'm bald. The carpet matches the drapes, but also the human matches the heart. And what I love about Jeff Coffin is his last name isn't just where I like to be buried. It's also the name of a guy who's put one foot in front of the other, that's woken up with the sun, gone to bed with the moon. He takes Dayquil at night, NyQuil during the day, and he's got a zest for life and using his mouth for good. Not just helping women feel better about themselves, don't cancel me, but bringing joy and music to all the world across sea to signing she. So I just want to take a moment to say, Lego my ego, stop, drop, and roll. And Jeff Coffin, if you're listening, I can't wait to see you live in the flesh. Maybe you want to buy that coffee table or glow-in-the-dark butt plug from me on Facebook Marketplace. Maybe I can sell you my middle school clarinet reed that my ex-wife tried to stab me in the throat with while I was asleep. Anyway, she's dead now, but you know what's not dead? The DMB, one of my favorite bands of all time, and I can't wait to see you guys live. From all of us here at my futon here at the La Quinta Inn, shave your head, your back, your nuts, and your crack. We'll be right back. Love you, Jeffy. You're one of a kind, a living legend, and nobody gives better hugs except my stepdad. Bye.
Nice, man.
How did you guys have a relationship? Has that been going on for? You've been
never
friends
met
for a
him,
long
actually.
time?
Never met the man. Never met the man. Never even heard his name.
Yeah.
Man, we met years ago, and we stayed in touch. He actually recently came out when we did the Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah.
Last October. Or as I call it, the indictment into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And he hung out and met my family, and just, you know, he's a joy to be around. He's a bright light and a brilliant man, and very funny, very heartfelt, sincere. You know, we went to a show in Nashville. He played at Zany's for a week, and my wife and I went out, and we just rolled the whole time, and it was great.
He did this video a few years ago, Jeff, for people that are going to the Gorge, which is a Dave Matthews Band staple. It's usually Labor Day weekend, Labor Dave weekend as it's known, and the way that Adam comedically described the way that Dave Matthews Band fans speak to one another was so spot on, and what nerds we are, and how much we geek out about different set lists and different songs and different openers or whatever. But so it's very, very funny, but it's also eerily accurate in the description as to like how insane the fans are. And speaking of the Gorge, you guys are playing there again this year, and your old buddy and bandmate Bella Fleck's going to be a part of that show.
Yeah, the Flecktones will be out there, and for the first time in 14 years. We're going to do some touring at the end of the year, starting the day before Thanksgiving. We'll be at the Ryman in Nashville, and there'll be a whole 3 weeks. I think we're going to be up here in Philly also. It'll be with Howard Levy, so all the original 4 Flecktones plus me, plus a Lash Ensemble, which is a group from Tuva, which is in Siberia, outside of Mongolia.
Wow.
They're throat singers. And where they're singing 2 or 3 notes at a time.
It's crazy.
Individual with their voices.
Yep.
So you can check that out at BelaFleck.com.
Yeah.
Got all the info. All the info's on my sites.
Oh, this is a version of throat singing that Steve's playing. You'll hear the guy do
This
it right.
is Conga Andar.
Oh, is it really? Right here?
That's one voice.
That's crazy. I don't know how that's even possible.
You're going to do that cover on the next album, right?
Yeah. I've got them on a record, actually, that's coming up.
Oh,
I've got about 4 records in the can that'll be coming out.
Okay, question.
And,
You're also a professor at Vanderbilt University.
I sure am.
How in the hell do you fit that in with all this other your touring and projects and all that?
I don't sleep much, first off. But, I love it. It's work, but it's so much fun to do. And I'm going into my 11th year at Vanderbilt, and I've got some amazing students, the incredible faculty. The university is fantastic and so supportive of everything, and it's like 7 minutes from my house, which is great.
Oh, that's
nice.
And so it's close, and again, it's so inspiring to work with young students and to talk with them and mentor them. Really, at the end of the day, we're talking about life, but we're using music as the metaphor. And so they're coming in at 18 years old, wide-eyed, like a deer in the headlights, independent for the first time and having no idea what they're doing. But they have this joy and this passion for music and passion for life, and it's a big responsibility. But we help to steer them. We kind of keep them from going off the rails.
Yeah,
right.
We got to talk them out of the tree sometimes.
Right.
And that's beautiful.
I have a question about being a teacher. Great movie, Mr. Holland's Opus. Love that film. And you see this guy who's a solid musician, but can't connect with his students at all until he figures out one day to be able to bridge that, to find common ground and bring them around to it. Did that take a little bit for you to learn how to do that type of thing in a teaching position, or have you always just kind of gravitated towards it?
I've kind of gravitated towards it. Before I started teaching at Vandy, I do a lot of clinics and workshops outside of that. So I've done well over 325 of those at this point. So I've kind of cut my teeth doing that. I taught at the Maine Jazz Camp in the early 90s, which was fantastic also. And for whatever reason, I've always had the ability to connect with students and to kind of break down that fourth wall very quickly. And so kind of getting in there with them and really digging in, I find that we trust each other pretty quickly. And that's what I need, to be able to be honest with them, to really work with them and find out what they're hearing, and to get them to trust me that I can take them to that next level.
Right.
And I can.
It's kind of a gift, I think. We do a thing, the coolest teacher awards we give out at the end of the school year, and
I'll give you my address.
But there is a level of patience, I think, especially when you're teaching music.
Yeah.
That I think is you have to the patience of a saint, as they say. Because
I've got the haircut of a saint,
or at least a friar.
Well, I'll say this: it's certainly a challenge to do that, but I love it, you know. And so I think that if you love something, the challenge that goes along with it. It teaches you patience. I would say this too, that one of the things that I've learned that I try to impart onto my students, I say, if you take one thing away from 4 years with me, take this: don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Because I've got to be able to be honest with them without offending them.
Right.
And I'm like, this isn't about who you are as a human being. I love you as a human being. You're part of my family. And so getting them to understand that, to be able to shed their ego, to be able to really hear what it is I'm saying. And in general, I think that teaching has taught me how to not take things personally. And that's a tough lesson to learn, but we all need to.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I know you wanted to touch on the Nashville Jazz Festival a little bit.
Yeah, there's a couple of gigs coming up. There's a gig at the Franklin Theater on September 26th, which is just outside of Nashville in Franklin, Tennessee. And it's myself and Bill Evans on saxophone, who played for years with Miles Davis.
Oh, wow.
And he's brilliant saxophonist living down there. We've got Buddy Strong from DMB coming in on keys for the very first time.
Can you, just real quick about Buddy Strong, because, Boyd left the band a few years ago and Buddy sort of took his place, and Buddy brings this positive energy and not to mention just incredible musicianship. And Preston, I don't know if you've seen Dave Matthews Band with Buddy yet, but it's just this... It's a new wrinkle, or relatively new wrinkle in the history of the band. Can you talk a little bit about him and his ability, and as well as his energy and what he brings to the stage?
Yeah. Buddy is very charismatic. He's a brilliant musician, keyboard player. Plays all the keys, including B3 organ. Grew up in the church. His dad's a preacher, and so he grew up playing not only keys but also drums and bass.
And he can sing.
And he can sing like a bird.
Yeah.
And so he kind of brings the whole package, and he's always very positive. I feel like he really completed a circle. And so that musically, we can go in a lot of different directions now because of what the keyboard provides. Not only being a harmonic instrument, but keyboard is also considered part of the rhythm section because of the hammers striking the times the strings on a piano. And so it's a percussion instrument as well. So it lends another layer of percussion into a band that is already strong rhythmically. But I think that what happens too is that it frees up Tim and Dave to kind of morph their roles as guitarists and kind of take on more guitaristic, rather than trying to be more rhythmic to provide what a keyboard could provide. So it's a different sound. Some people love it, some people don't. It's fine. That's what it is. And we love it. We're having a ball. We love Buddy. And I'm so excited to have him on this gig on September 26th at the Franklin Theater. We also have Keith Carlock from Steely Dan on that gig. And so franklintheater.com, I think it is, but look up the Franklin Theater. And then we have the Nashville Jazz Festival, the first one October 25th and 26th of this year, which is going to be fantastic. We've got a lot of really great artists that'll be announced publicly soon. you're hearing it here for the first time now.
Awesome. Excellent. All right. Well, listen, last time you were here, you were a real sport, and I gave you a recorder and asked you if we would play. Because I saw a video of you playing like all kinds of different wind instruments.
Yeah.
So I thought that since we're going to make this a regular visit from you, Jeff, to come in here and see us, that I will try to find an interesting instrument for you to play.
All right.
So I have something in this bag. Do you have any idea what this might be?
It could be like a bagpipe sack.
Okay, it's not a bagpipe sack.
All right.
I've never seen anything like this, but this is a gift to me. This is a didgeridoo.
Whoa! Oh,
it kind of looks like
Ever seen one like that?
I have seen them like that before.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever played a didgeridoo?
I have played a didgeridoo. I have a
Of
couple
course
at
you
home.
have.
Yeah.
All right. Can you whip up a little sound for us on that?
Let me see.
You can only play like one note on a didgeridoo, right?
Some people call it the didgeridoo.
Yeah, right? All right. Here we go. Oh, wow. It doesn't sound like that when I play it.
That sounds really
You kind of
good.
have to loosen up the lips and let them buzz. And
Can you play 9 to 5? Could you imagine that?
That's a first.
Aboriginal 9 to 5.
Right.
Were you using your voice in there too?
A little bit, yeah.
There were
So I'm
two
humming.
sounds in there. Yeah.
So after I'm playing it, if I hum some, it's almost like what you hear with the tubing guy.
Yes.
Because this is all based on overtones.
Yeah.
Which is a whole, it's a whole other chapter to talk about. But
Right.
But if I start to hum, I can get different tones within it.
Okay. You hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like
Then you can circular breathe while doing it, and
Wow.
and all that. But this is great. I mean, it's it brings it up close. It's almost like a French horn.
Yeah.
In the shape of
Instead
it.
of
So it's
having
just like a cinnamon roll for those who can't see it right now. So it's most didgeridoos are made out of either bloodwood or I can't remember the other kind of wood. But a termite, the real ones, the termites go in, or the traditional ones. This is a real one, of course.
Yeah.
But the traditional ones, the termites go in and bore the wood out. And then a lot of times they'll put wax around the top just so you're not cutting your lips on it,
Wow.
like beeswax, and that's how they're played. And sometimes they'll get the base of the tree also, so there's a flare going out.
Yeah,
and these things can be up to 6 or 7 feet high, or long, and they use them in ways to communicate. They use them in medicine also.
So some of those instruments could be
therapy.
hundreds of years old. I mean, from the
absolutely.
origin of the
Yep.
of the wood. That's wild.
Yeah, there'll be Aboriginal paintings on them and different things.
Well, this went way deeper than I thought it was going to
Well,
be,
listen,
which is a bonus.
Yeah.
I
It
love
looks very cool. To me, it looked like a little bit of like a Nautilus show when you took it out of
Yeah.
the bag, Brett.
Yeah, a little bit.
Wow,
It is
excellent.
beautiful.
Man, I've got a crazy, maybe when we're off air, I'll tell this, but a crazy story about a friend of mine who is part Aboriginal named Juparu down there, who played the dragonfly. And if we have time, I could tell the story. This is crazy.
Does that involve hookers?
We don't have time, actually.
All right, I'll come back on. And,
All right, we'll save that one.
And we'll talk about the didge and
All right,
how he played the dragon.
All right.
We're going to hold on to that story. Make a notation. Yeah,
for sure, definitely. Jeff, thanks for making time to come by here.
Thank you, guys. Always
Really
a pleasure.
appreciate it. Have great shows this weekend. Philly loves you, and thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Well, I love Philly.
You got it
Thank
here.
you.
Jeff Coffin, guys. Saxophone, Dave Matthews Band tonight and tomorrow night at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
on it now and then, just for a little bit more protein and stuff like that. So
Transition that way?
Have you've never varied the menu and toppings are a no-go for you, right?
No, I don't like the toppings.
Okay.
On it. It honestly will make me gag. Like,
Wow. Okay.
I assume does tomatoes have vitamin C in it? Because otherwise he's going to have scurvy, man. I mean,
Surprisingly, pizza is actually fairly good nutrition-wise. It's actually fairly good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Joe. That's a really interesting story. Thanks for sharing with us. All right.
All right.
And from here on out, we'll know you as Pizza Joe. There's no other.
All right.
Pizza.
All right.
Wouldn't you love to
Hey,
see
Joe.
from like Touchstone Pizza Joe?
Pizza Joe.
Yeah.
A heartwarming story that starts off kind of tragic. I could see that. Yeah.
Eat your pizza, or they'll all laugh at you.
Oh no.
Tomatoes have vitamin C and potassium.
Okay. Well, there you go. So he's getting his nutrients. Okay.
I mean,
God, he would take them over to Lorenzo's.
Protein from cheese. Oh, I'm sure, dude.
Yeah.
Joe's
Yeah.
probably,
All right.
if he knows Lorenzo's, if he's eating nothing but cheese pizza, I would imagine. All right, well, listen, thank you for your calls. Thank you for those of you who are on hold. I apologize I didn't get a chance to get to you, but quite interesting.
Yeah.
The calls that we got. And you know what? Let's give away Philly Pretzel Factory.
Yeah.
Gift cards. On the heels of that food conversation, I have a $25 gift card. And we'll take caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. The big game needs some big snacks. No game day is complete without a party tray from Philly Pretzel Factory. If you're hosting or heading to a party, order your party tray from phillypretzelfactory.com today. So let's take care of you. Give us a call right now. We'll be back, and Bizarre Files on the way. Behind the
Thank you,
it is
Kathy. I
unclear
saw
how
this
much the
article on
hacker
BuzzFeed.
demanded. I thought this might be kind of nice to examine a little bit and maybe open this up to you, since you are most likely on the way into work this morning, to let us know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know. And
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first.
So,
and listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that
You don't know.
person, and they need to get in there.
We went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. Like, I mean, I was like watching it spread. It
Holy
was
hell.
everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. Like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, like, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at when I walked out, I'm like, they're probably like these freaking people. Like, they went right back. But she's like, we have to check them to make sure.
Walked out
that
and said, say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it. By the way, 215-263-WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago, and they were like,
"Oh, right,
we don't know where your pilot is."
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States? Yeah.
You need us. We'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's thing people beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this, and so on and so on. And they want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types too. I mean, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because, you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in,
Right.
that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
they'll get a bed in the back.
Wow.
They've been waiting in the waiting
Oh, my
room and will
gosh.
recognize the name and be that. No, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, "I think I'm having breathing problems," I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but
All
they
right.
also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems
Right.
or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get
And
backed up,
you don't want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprise.
Yeah, when
I know.
I talked about
Thanks, Janet.
pregnancy pains, Preston.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to, I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have, the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And by the
well,
way,
medium
and speaking of that,
priority,
a police officer is sitting in their car all day long.
Yeah.
Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now? Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
Things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation,
right?
Things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. You would get hundreds of those a week.
Oh yeah.
How often do you get the question of do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
Every day.
And do you have a quota?
That's absolutely illegal.
Right. All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it. And I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
right. Yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and what walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely, man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod. That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you? So we have a friend of the show. He and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she is. She's using music as therapy, and it seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids that I work with now just absolutely come
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From replacing old dangerous electrical panels to smart home upgrades, the expert technicians at Horizon Services have seen it all. They can fix it all with 100% satisfaction guarantee. Book today with Horizon Services, and help is on the way. A 49-year-old Thai man was found dead in a rented room after reportedly drinking only beer for more than a month.
Whoa.
Neighbors called the police after they noticed a strong smell coming from his door. Inside, they found many empty bottles and cans, and a handwritten note said goodbye, leading officers to think that it was suicide.
Suicide by beer?
Never heard of this before. A post-mortem report showed that he died due to liver failure, sepsis, and electrolyte imbalance. His body also had bed sores from lying down for long periods. Local authorities and rescue workers said the man had been drinking up to 10 liters of beer each day and had been alone since his wife left him. A friend said that he stopped eating, only relying on beer. Like, dude wasn't even eating anything. He was just drinking beer, and that is it.
Considering the location, truly, Nell beat Tai.
Nell beat Tai. Vacationers on board a packed holiday flight to Gran Canaria got a bit of a shock when they landed and were told by the pilot that almost all of their luggage, over 70 checked bags and suitcases, were left at the airport.
Oh, man. No, man. Yeah. What about the cargo plane?
Dozens and dozens were left with only their carry-on bags after flight FR 4757 traveled without their bags. The first they knew about it was when the plane landed and the captain had to inform passengers that the luggage was left behind due to time constraints.
You're actually going to laugh when you hear this.
Following a security issue at Bristol Airport. Some bags did make it, but over 70 items of checked luggage did not, and left passengers without everything from a change of underwear and swimsuits to sunblock and medication. Ryanair have since apologized for the handling of the issue and said that it was caused by an error made by a third-party handling provider. 22-year-old Madeline Cooper said that it wasn't until the plane touched down that they discovered that they had no bags to collect. She said, we had absolutely no issues at all until we landed. And then the captain said they made the difficult decision to not bring any of our luggage. They wouldn't say what the security issue was, just that every single person's bag had been left behind.
On the luggage carousel, they should have had just a guy sitting with a megaphone come down.
Yeah.
Slide down.
All right, this is a disturbing story in Washington State. A man was abused and a man who abused and drugged a 68-year-old man, kept him in a closet, stole his money, and then hid his body in a suitcase, was convicted of manslaughter and other charges. Police said after a year-long investigation, 39-year-old Andrew Stanisi was found guilty of multiple charges, including first-degree manslaughter, unlawful imprisonment, removal or concealment of a body, first-degree identity theft, first-degree theft, and forgery. Reports from witnesses showed that Stanisi drugged, physically abused, isolated, took advantage of the 60-year-old man financially for a lengthy period. He even kept the man in a closet and failed to give him essential care. After the man died, Stanisi allegedly tried to conceal the death by hiding the body for 2 months, putting a false note on the apartment door, forging checks, accessing his bank account, and transferring nearly $10,000.
I don't personally know this guy, but he seems like not a good guy.
Yeah.
A report from the medical examiner listed acute drug intoxication as the primary cause of death, with blunt force trauma and cardiovascular disease as contributing factors. That's evil.
Aggressively evil.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. A woman accused of impersonating 4 nurses from other states and using around 20 aliases since 2020 has been arrested and charged with dozens of counts. Shannon Nicole Womack has been charged with 43 counts. She was also charged with use of possession and drug paraphernalia. Womack gave police false identification when she was pulled over by police in a routine traffic stop, according to Pennsylvania State Police. An investigation revealed that approximately 20 different aliases and 7 different social security numbers were associated with her. Investigators
Rocky,
found...
Ricky, Danny, Terry, Mikey, Davey, Timmy, Tommy, Joey, Robbie, Johnny, and Brian.
And that's just scratching the surface.
That's the beginning.
Investigators found multiple forms of identification, prescription medications prescribed to different victims, medical documents, and various pieces of medical equipment.
And one poop knife.
She posed as a licensed practical nurse, a registered nurse, and a registered nurse supervisor at multiple rehabilitation and nursing home facilities throughout Pennsylvania. God. She was using the identities and credentials of 4 confirmed nurses from southern states. Now, according to a spokesperson, they said Womack obtained employment through staffing agencies and even was able to create her own host agency. So she was picking up the phone and transferring those employment jobs and careers to herself. What a scam.
Imagine if they were to turn that kind of creativity to something legal.
Yeah. So they said this. They believe she started in 2020, and they said during COVID, they got hit hard. The hospitals did. So it wasn't uncommon for these different residences and locations to reach out to host agencies and say that they needed extra shifts. And she just apparently took advantage of that and stayed with it.
Man.
Yeah, big time. All right, and then we will do one more story and wrap it up. What do we want to end on? How about this one? Video shows an all-out brawl breaking out on a flight as a group of women were confronted for chatting loudly after the cabin lights were dimmed. The caught-on-camera saga erupted shortly after the Air Asia flight took off from Kuala Lumpur, heading to China late Monday, when a male passenger reportedly urged 3 women sitting near him to quiet down. The trio refused. They carried on speaking loudly, prompting the frustrated male passengers to say, "Shut up! Are you stupid? Wow! I want to sleep." And then video shot by a passenger captured a woman dressed in green lunging forward over the seat to repeatedly pummel the man. The man tried to cower under his tray table to dodge the blows. The flight crew could then be seen frantically trying to separate those involved in an emergency. Shut the f*** up! As emergency lights flickered throughout the cabin. The woman who filmed the saga said they were chatting too loudly while the lights were turned off, and the man asked them to be silent because he wanted to sleep. His tone was quite aggressive.
Professor, we're watching a video of this, and it appears that someone has something like a strobe light flashing.
Yeah, they said for whatever reason. I think they were emergency lights.
Oh, all right.
Or something along those lines.
Another little disco action.
But yeah, full-on brawl. Every time I get on a plane now, I'm like, am I going to see something today?
So you see the maelstrom we were watching in this video, you know you'd be the seat right in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
Like trying to read a book, like don't involve me.
Yep, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. When we return, we'll get to lesson question of the trash, the music news. We're getting closer and closer to your weekend, and also our Word of the Week prize to be given away. Back in a moment. Stay there.
Some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends, all that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice, where people who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff. It's just it's really, really cool. And my
awesome.
Girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks,
so
guys.
these are things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it.
Yeah.
That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
Yeah.
We also know
So it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was
Sorry.
going to say, obviously we know that big pharma makes big money, and
There's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there is also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work, and everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one, and that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of, wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties. Yeah. No, a cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer.
Yeah. Yes. And have they cured cancers along the way? Are the ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
So they
cancer
do?
Treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
And a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right, as a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop.
Yes.
On the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
For 45, I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on a turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, can I get over? Like,
So we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do. But what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab, there's a huge blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right. And I've read signs on trucks that say, if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely.
So
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Jesus, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there? Like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
he's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're going to pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger
Yes.
anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass
Yeah,
them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Goodness. I be having my signal on. I be wanting to switch lanes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way.
go.
Move.
Thanks, Jesus.
Yeah.
Agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most places are that way for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also have.
I've stood there and gone, where is it?
There's
There's nothing
in there. And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think that
okay,
that
here's
happens?
the deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is. Mammoth, in the end, the guy's immensely talented. Wolfgang Van Halen, 16 minutes after 10 o'clock today, Friday. Beautiful thing. And we are going to give some things away. We have our Word of the Week prize coming up in a little bit for you to win. But before that, we have a lesson question, and we're going to give away a prize, and that is a pair of tickets to see Beetlejuice on Tuesday at the Academy of Music. So, question, we'll go with, man, we talked so much today to so many people. There's so much kinetic things that were happening. It was tough to narrow down a question. I think I'm going to go with that second idea, Nick. I'm going to do a musical question. We had Jeff Coffin of the Dave Matthews Band in our studio a little while ago. And his current brass band does a cover of what Dolly Parton classic?
That's a good one.
Let's see if you heard that earlier. 610-660-9333 is the number. So Jeff Coffin, Dave Matthews Band, was here, and he was telling us about his brass band, the Wild Iris Brass Band, and what Dolly Parton cover did they do. If you heard that and you know, call right now. While you do that, we do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Parks Casino, Pennsylvania's #1 casino experience. Street Road exit off of I-95 and the PA Turnpike. Parks Casino, this is how you win. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, as you said earlier, Kristen Cabot has resigned from her HR position as astronomer in the wake of that Coldplay cheating scandal. Cabot told TMZ that she wanted to do it now before it became a thing.
Oh, my
Harry Styles raising eyebrows by introducing his own line of sex toys and lubricants under the brand name Pleasing. Styles promises his products are so erotic that your butthole will think it's a vagina. And finally, rapper Glorilla was arrested in Georgia on 2 felony drug charges. We intend on vigorously fighting this in court, said Glorilla's attorney, Lawzilla. That's her Hollywood Trash.
All right. We will see if somebody knows the answer to this. Jeff Coffin from Dave Matthews Band here a little while ago was telling us about his brass band. We actually played a cover of what Dolly Parton classic from that group, and we are going to go to Nick to try to get an answer. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Nick, what was the Dolly Parton classic that Jeff Coffin's band played?
That would be 9 to 5.
You got it. Hang on right there, Nick. You got yourself some tickets to go see Beetlejuice Tuesday, July 29th. Broadway's hit musical back to haunt the Academy of Music stage, presented by Ensemble Arts Philly. And shows are running from July 29th through August 3rd. And you can purchase your tickets now at ensembleartsphilly.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Roy Rogers. The legend has returned. Roy Rogers is back in the area with their newest location in Cherry Hill. Download the Roy's Rewards app and get a free sign-up bonus. Roy Rogers Beef, Burgers, and Chicken. All right, so to celebrate a quarter century since they burst onto the rock scene, Slipknot has revealed a new 25th anniversary edition of their debut self-titled album set for release on October 25th. The expanded edition includes remastered tracks, previously unheard, early recordings, and live performance versions from the mid-90s. The package features unseen photos, memorabilia, and the behind-the-scenes content from the band's early years. Slipknot members said the release honors fans who've supported the group since their start in 1999. And the special edition includes vinyl, CD, and digital formats to appeal to collectors and new listeners alike.
You know what'd be cool? A Slipknot cover band made up of Italians called Garlic Knot.
Garlic Knot.
Okay.
Think about it.
It's a pretty
I'm
good
gonna get
idea.
on that.
And you would definitely have a side hustle of selling garlic
knots,
knots
yeah.
while you're there, too. Hey, wanted to mention there are 2 strut shows that are coming to our area. They are going to be performing a special guest, another band that we love, Dirty Honey.
Oh.
So there are 2 shows coming up. They're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Struts album Everybody Wants. So Wednesday, August 20th, they'll be at the Levitt Pavilion Steel Stacks in Bethlehem. That's a cool place.
You raved about that place.
It's outside, but it's really cool. And then Saturday, August 23rd, they're going to be in town at the Fillmore. You can go to WMMR.com for more information. Tickets for both shows are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And then I wanted to mention this. We had this in the entertainment news earlier. 2-time Grammy Award-winning musician Chuck Mangione, who achieved international success in 1977 with his jazz-flavored single, the song we're playing now, Feels So Good, and later became a voice actor of the animated comedy TV show King of the Hill, has passed away. He was 84 years old.
We forgot to ask Jeff about
You're right.
Yeah.
We totally forgot to ask him about Chuck Mangione. It hit, by the way, Feels So Good hit number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100 and the top of the Billboard Adult Contemporary chart. He had said about the song in an interview, it identified for a lot of people a song with an artist, even though I had a pretty strong base audience that kept us out there touring as often as we wanted to. That song just topped out there and took it to a whole other level. He followed up this hit with a song called Give It All You Got. That was commissioned for the 1980 Winter Olympics in Lake Placid, and he performed it at the closing ceremonies. And that was the 1980 Olympics were huge because the American hockey team and all the things that took place. So to him to be a part of that was a huge honor. He played a flugelhorn and also played trumpet, and was a jazz composer, released more than 30 albums during his career, in which he built a sizable following after recording several albums and doing all the writing himself. And as Steve, you mentioned this earlier, he won his first Grammy in 1977 for the album Bella Via, which is named in honor of his mother, and another album, Friends and Love, was also Grammy nominated, and he earned a Best Original Score Golden Globe nomination and second Grammy for the movie The Children of Sanchez. But he also introduced himself to a new audience when he appeared on the first several seasons of King of the Hill, and he appeared as a commercial spokesperson for Megalomart, where shopping feels so good. So he had a great sense of
It also
humor.
allowed me to do... I used to be able to hit it higher. Not bad, right?
Not bad at all, man. Actually, your Flight of the Bumblebee is really good, too.
Damn. And our tribute to
What
Chuck
would you
Mangione.
pay for that amazing record package, Mangione and Flight of the Bumblebee?
We love it.
And it'd be me holding the flugelhorn, Preston, like he did on the cover, hugging it.
You should have done that for Jeff Coffin, Steve.
I know, but he's performing, and I don't want him to feel less.
Right?
All right, and that's where we'll wrap up music news, friend. All right, let's take a break. When we get back, our Word of the Week prize, giving it away. Stay there. We'll return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
True, and yet bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier. You know, when we have a contest, it's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had... Well, I don't want to jinx anything, but
yeah, no, dude. I would have like be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and like blood would be in there, and I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist. They're like, "You're not? Are you flossing?" No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening, and it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. So like,
because there's plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, "Yeah, I floss every day," and if you don't, they'll know.
I've been flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
See if I got that one for Jace.
Awesome.
All right, let me go.
It's loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex. Hey, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right, what about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
bring it up,
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know.
Well,
I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
You're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really. But that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly. Well, that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create a place where people can
at least post,
mention these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the bizarre file when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. What clip is this? What clam chowder clip is this movie from?
Of all the many.
What clam chowder? What movie is this clam chowder clip? Dude, I had the toughest night sleeping last night.
Why?
Didn't drink, hadn't been drinking or nothing, man. I just feel like that's a Gary Lauer impression. But anyhow.
Maybe you should have drank.
Did you have some bad clam chowder last night?
I may have. Here's the clip for you.
I'll have the clam chowder, the fried chicken with the baked potato with everything, and a chocolate chiffon pie.
Clean food, please. In that case, sir, may I advise against the lady eating the clam chowder? No clam chowder, thank you.
All right, let's go to Derek and see if he knows. Derek, do you know what movie that's from?
Great. Good morning. It's Fight Club.
Fight Club is correct. Nice job, Derek. I want you to hang on the line. You are going to go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is this weekend. And hang on the line. By the way, you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. Discount courtesy of Xfinity. Little known, or maybe it's known to everybody but me, but the waiter in that scene, that's Ed Kowalczyk of the band Live.
You can see with this is still,
Yeah, that's very cool.
How cool is Helena Bonham Carter, man?
Oh, she's the best.
so good. And then you were talking about the Harry Potter reunion. She was phenomenal and funny and great.
She kept her teeth.
Yeah, she did. She kept her teeth in the role,
By the way, speaking of clam chowder, I had some exceptional clam chowder this past weekend. I went to Florida to visit my mom and sister, and there's this restaurant called Leverock's there. And I get clam chowder only when I know it's going to be good clam chowder. It's fantastic.
Do I need to revisit clam chowder?
Oh,
I have not been a fan for years.
I don't know if you like the texture. Because you're not like
are there real chunks of clam?
I mean, in
Not
good
huge chunks.
Which to me
Really
is
little bit.
sea
Yeah,
snot.
it's like chicken noodle soup. You know, there's just a
Yes.
little bit of chicken in it.
Yes.
If
You
it's
know?
done right.
Chicken
The
noodle
place-
soup with snot.
The place that we went to in
Snot soup, please?
Chicago. What was the name of that place?
The fancy beef place?
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Welcome to the fancy beef place.
Yeah.
Steak was
Hey,
the word I was looking
guess
for.
what? We clean the silverware.
What was it?
It was Gibson's.
Gibson's.
That
Yeah.
was the second blessed?
Yeah.
Have a blessed meal.
Have a blessed New England clam chowder. Second best New England clam chowder I ever had. Best was ever at Abe and Louie's in Boston.
In Boston, yeah. And Kathy, clams aren't snot. That's
Steve said it. That's why I was saying it's
that's
like
oysters.
Chicken
Oysters
noodle
are
soup
snot.
with
Yeah.
Clams are a little bit
More
better.
like a full blown loogie.
But clams are kind of snotty as well.
When they're cooked in clam chowder, they're a little more firm.
Yeah, the
I'll tell you
rubbery.
what, Dr. Mike has started to try to get me into the like oysters and stuff like that, and that the bottoms up event, they had like top oyster places, and so I guess he recommended just kind of letting it slide down and not just letting it.
Yeah, you don't chew on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
I need to give you a little backing on why I hate these things. It's how disgusting my father eats. When we were kids, we would watch my dad dig his hand into the sand and pull out a clam, crack it open, and eat it while still standing.
93.3 WMMR. And that brings us up to 10:33 on a Friday morning. Very hot today, as you know. We've been banging that drum pretty hard this week just to make sure you're prepared. Should you be doing any outdoor activities or have some work or whatever it may be. The high temperature on the thermometer is going to be 97 degrees, but you add in the humidity, and that gives you something that's going to feel like it's 108 degrees later this afternoon. So when we give the heat of the day, just try to find some shade if you can, or obviously you need to hydrate,
While you're saying that, may I do a quick spontaneous shout out to the Mr. Contractor guys working on my house currently?
Yeah.
Are we doing? I'm going to give you thanks for you guys. They've been phenomenal and working this week. It's going to get a little toasty today, but could not be more thrilled with them.
I want to do a shout out as well. This is a birthday shout out. We all know Meredith. Meredith always brings our comedians in from Helium. Well, it is her son Rhett's 10th birthday today. So happy birthday, Rhett.
Happy birthday. Excellent. You wanted a chart? Or do we...
Oh, yeah. I can do the chart here. We go.
Now here they all come. All right. I would like to thank our guests. Today was so much fun. We started off a little check-in with Matt and Aliana at 6ABC. We enjoyed that. And then we had the husband and wife duo, Adam Shapiro and Katie Lowes, who were here.
May I say, I think they're solidly in the top 10 of my favorite guests on the show. I mean, they
Yeah.
were charismatic and engaged and wonderful and sincere and
smart.
And genuinely excited to come on our program.
Yeah.
Like Adam was like blown away. Like he grew up listening to this radio station.
Yeah.
And he is a big fan, and he's like, I can't believe I'm on the Preston and Steve show. It's so great. Dude, he's on The Bear, for crying out loud. One of the best TV shows there is. And he's bleeds eagle green and just...
And Katie's adopted all that as well.
Yes, and she was just delightful. I loved her. And they have a great relationship. Casey was saying, are people jealous of how great you guys are together? Because it's amazing.
I suck.
So they go back and I'm showing them the kids. They're beautiful kids with him. And the boy's name, I forgot the boy's name, but he's a Batman fan. So I gave him one of my little, and she goes, Katie's going, oh, you don't have to. You
gave him a little figurine or
I
something?
gave them both figurines, and they're going, that's so generous. And I go, I'm clearing the way for other stuff. There's a method to my madness.
So it was great. And they were promoting a number of things, most specifically, though, The Hunting Wives, which is streaming now on Netflix, and it debuted on Monday. So if you liked it and you want a new show to watch, you liked the interview and got a kick out of their energy, go watch the show. Support what they do.
Think Desperate Housewives. Think Your Friends and Neighbors. This hidden Peyton Place kind of thing going on in what appears to be a bucolic suburban town.
And then we had the amazing musician Jeff Coffin.
Yeah.
Saxophonist for the Dave Matthews Band. They're playing tonight and tomorrow at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And Nick, you wanted to mention this charity that Jeff is passionate about?
Yeah, because as we were walking out, Jeff was saying, I feel like I screwed up that plug because we were playing some music as he started talking about it. So it's charityauctionstoday.com. It's Bama Works, which is Dave Matthews Band's the charitable foundation. I just put it up on Threads, and I'll share the information on Instagram. We can tag it on the Preston and Steve Show account as well. But it's charityauctionstoday.com, and then you want to look for the Tanda, which is spelled T-H-A-N-D-A, the Tanda Choir, and there's some really cool items on there, including a Dave Matthews Band, or a Dave Matthews autographed guitar, some Carter Beauford autographed stuff, some Jeff Coffin stuff. So if you're a D&B fan and you want to do some good, you can make a donation and bid on some really cool items. charityauctionstoday.com, and then look for that Tanda Choir charity.
Yep, so great time today. So thanks everybody for who was a part of it. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day. Wonderful show today.
Thank you. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, every guest so cool in different ways.
Yeah.
Perfect for a nice steamy day.
Got it,
Hey, we stole a sign, by the way, out of your studio.
You did?
Yeah, Preston, I don't know if you noticed the sign behind you.
Yeah,
did you hear?
I didn't hear the spill itself, but I heard of the after effects.
First time in my career.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've got some catching up to do, boy.
I know I do.
But where did you spill it?
So it was sitting right here.
All right.
You see this keyboard that's upside down
with Kleenex all over it.
It was right here, and I knocked my cup like this, and it went into the keyboard. Now, some of it could have driven. There's a hole right here, and there's also some seams that it could have got to the console, but fortunately it didn't, and our computers seem to be working. We haven't tried that keyboard. I think that's got to be shot.
Bye-bye.
Right? Yeah.
No, coffee does, it's the end for whatever it goes into.
Yeah. But yeah, I was thinking of you.
Thank you.
This morning, Pierre. When
The two major times I put us off the air, there were more, but one on Rittenhouse Square, we had a little indentation into the console, and you could reach into this 1 inch deep, couple of inches wide, little big square, and start the remote start the reel-to-reel tape recorder.
Yes.
And I knocked my coffee, and it filled the whole thing up like a little lake.
Oh, my God.
And then much to my horror, it sank and disappeared
into the console.
Into the console, and then I watched both reel-to-reel tape machines start themselves and go backwards, and then forwards, and then backwards, and then forwards.
Oh, that's awesome!
That was quite magnificent. But the biggest time, I was doing the morning show on 5th and Market Street. Grover Silcox from Fox was coming in to do a feature on a lot, and he goes, all right, as soon as I open the door, we had a front door and a back door, I'll be live on the radio, or we'll be live on TV. So we had put on a 20-minute tape of, I think it was Bonnie Raitt of all fascinating things, so we'd have time to chat with him. And just as he opens the door, so we're clear on the air, I reach over to grab a cup of coffee and knock it, and it spills, and it was a totally full cup, and it spills towards the main console in front of you, the mixing board, whatever you call it. And I'm in this microseconds before he walks in, I'm going, do I not look at him and try to clean up? We're live on TV, or do I just hope for the best? And I turn and say, Grover, nice to see you, and do this whole thing. And then as we're doing this live hit for about 2 minutes, in the background of the music, I hear,
oh, yeah, that's it.
There's got to be, I've never seen footage of this.
I would love to see that.
There's got to be footage of it somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, because no one knew on television that it had happened. Had they done a close-up, they would have seen a little lake of coffee. And but the worst of it was Earl Bailey was doing the news. He was in the room. We had a separate newsroom he would broadcast from. His wife had made him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, thick on the peanut butter. He had just taken a huge bite of it, and he hears us go off the air, and he can go on the air from his room, and he goes, "Oh, it's not a problem."
Oh, that's great.
And the engineers hated me so much. I tried to joke with them. They found no humor in it because we had to broadcast from this little side studio for 5 or 6 days, and one of the other DJs was really pissed at me, and she cursed and said, "Oh, that effing Pierre," and threw a cart. And Chuck D'Amico was walking into the studio at the same time. He was in the promotion department, and it hit him in the head and gave him a little minor cut. I think he might still have the scar, all because of me.
All because of you. The lit match.
Yes, I am a lit match. So I relate and honor what has happened to you.
Thank you, sir.
And you're going to get your own walk on Broad Street because of that. You're a star on the Coffee Walk of Fame.
Yeah, I'm working on it, man.
Okay.
Step 1. All right, shall we get the letter?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E, as in energy.
All right, and that means we have a word. We'll take caller number 7, 610-660-9333. If you happen to know what the word of the week is, and we got a very cool prize that we can award you. What you gonna do today?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. We got tickets for The Offspring coming next Tuesday to Camden, and that'll be fun. We've got Dave Matthews Band, of course, playing tonight and tomorrow in Camden. And we have Rolling Stones for a block for Mick's birthday, which will be tomorrow. Also, yesterday was National Tequila Day. So I think that must be honored in song because there are a few great tequila rock and roll songs. And today's the 25th of July, Christmas in July.
Oh,
so
that's lovely.
Maybe Santa will come.
We'll see about that. Man, here I was drinking whiskey yesterday, and it was tequila day. I didn't realize that.
There's a song by Fish called Mexican Cousin. It's a really, really good song.
Excellent.
Yes.
It's only 17 minutes long.
I think it's like 11 minutes. No, I think it's like 4 minutes. I think it's one of the radio hits.
Tell Chuck Casey said you could play it.
I was honestly wondering because Dave Matthews Band is in town and they have a song called The Christmas Song, and it's Christmas in July, and I was wondering if they might play it tonight.
They might.
Yeah.
That's kind of a quiet song.
No, I'm not suggesting you play it. I'm just wondering if Dave might play it tonight.
It's Friday. I want to keep people
keep it going. Keep it up. Yeah.
It's a lovely song, but it's a lovely ballad with a fire roasting, and you're there and the snow is falling.
Nice roasting fire.
Yeah. No, it's not a today song.
Not a today song.
All right, well, we're looking for a caller who has the word of the week, and we're going to try out Jeff. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning to see you.
Thank you for that, Jeff. All right, what is our word of the week?
Hope.
Great day in the morning.
That's right, Jeff. All right, Jeff, we got a cool thing in conjunction with Marvel Studios' Fantastic Four. It is a Citizens themed timepiece from Citizens, and we're going to set you with a Fantastic Four prize pack that includes a sweatshirt, a storage tin or lunchbox, and 4 Fandango codes to see that movie. So congratulations to you, buddy.
In honor of Pierre, that's stupendous.
Isn't that stupendous? All right, Jeff, hang on the line. We'll get your info. We'll take care of you. Don't forget that the Fantastic Four timepiece is engineered with super titanium, which pays tribute to Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch, and The Thing. And the Fantastic Four First Steps is in theaters today, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Exciting stuff. All right, let's thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, and local flavors. Next week on our show, couple things we're working on. All right, Rick Tocchet.
Yes.
Wow. Coach of the Flyers.
For real this time?
I don't know.
I just got confirmation.
All right, well, then we also have to learn about the ball peen hammer next week as well.
We didn't have time to get that today, this week, so maybe we'll work on that next week. And then comedian Tony Rock will be in our studio.
Nice.
And we'll have some other friends and fun stuff planned for you. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great weekend. Stay safe on this hot day, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.